Good morning, traders and Indiana Hoosier fans. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning.
Good morning, all. Happy 2026. I can't believe it.
I know. It's unbelievable, but it's going to be a great year. I feel it in the air. We already have a lot of stuff to talk about today on Capital Preservation Friday. Shy, let's get right into the news to kick it off.
So, yeah, we just have a few lines to go over, mostly commodity oriented, actually. Once again, obviously, we'll go over with Blake. The markets are up. Everything looks bright and rosy this morning. But we do have the Capstone Copper Corporation mine in Chile, which is one of their larger mines for copper, has just left the mine and is now on strike. So we are getting upward pressure on copper this morning. Venezuela output slows to 25% in the Orinoco Belt under U.S. pressure. So the production there has been reduced to just under 500,000 barrels per day. That is a 25% drop from 2 weeks earlier. Crude markets largely shaking that off because all the headlines this morning are about 2026 glut once again. But I would like to point out, if you look at the time spreads, for Q1 2026, the IEA is projecting a 4.2 million surplus per day, yet the time spreads, is showing that we're still in backwardation. So either they're wrong or the market's wrong. So I'm going to say that they're wrong, even though that we are not as in sharp backwardation as we were before, but we are still in backwardation, not in contango. So the curve is definitely not showing this huge surplus that they are saying that we're going to have in 2026. But again, I keep saying that doesn't exist. And then just another kind of housekeeping note, we do have the annual rebalancing for BCOM and the S&P GSCI, which is larger commodity indexes that you can trade. That begins on January 8th and runs over 5 business days. So we could see some volatility in those markets depending on how they rebalance. So I will obviously note that as we get a little bit closer, because we probably will see some volatility in the commodities markets. Might be a good time for traders.
All right. Well, Shai, I've said this before, I'll say it again. You're absolutely right. The market is not incorrect. The market is always correct. And it just drives me crazy when I know it's a technical term. It's like, there's a correction coming. No, what do you mean? The market's correct all the time. Especially the futures markets, which are ahead of the curve.
Right.
So it always kind of irritates me a little bit, but I'm with you on that 100%. Any event,
Absolutely. Oh, and we forgot the news. I forgot for the Italian crew. They are thinking about lowering tariffs on pasta from Italy.
man, things are looking rosy for 2026, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Well, we have I know it's kind of a weird day. It's Friday. Markets are open all day today, folks. There's no weird half day stoppage today. We're going all the way to the end. We'll be broadcasting this morning here, and we have real quick kind of a lineup for this morning. We're going to bring in Blake Morrow in a second. Pax is going to be with us for Capital Preservation Friday. Then we're going to also have XYZ and Christian from Trading Boxes are going to be with us as well for midday markets. So we have the regular Friday morning show today. And I meant to ask you, there's most likely no data coming out today, right?
There is the only data that we do have today is at 9:45. We have S&P Global Manufacturing PMI.
Okay. All right. Well, that might be interesting. It might raise an eyebrow or two.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, no, for sure. Other than that, first day of the calendar year 2026. Like I said, it's going to be a epic year for sure going forward. So, having said all that, Friday as usual, we have our very special co-host, guest, whatever you want to call him. The Pipsar himself is with us, Blake Morrow. Let's get Blake in here.
Hey,
Good
good
morning, Blake.
morning and happy New Year's, guys.
Happy New
Hey,
Year.
dude, me and you are on a collision course.
We are you talking about Old Miss? Yep, and Indiana. That might
Yeah.
be the case, Jim.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to come up with a wager, man. If we make it to the national championship game, we might have to come. We have to. We're gonna have a. We're gonna come up with a wager. We're gonna have to.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down right here on NinjaTrader Live. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, thanks for being with us here. I don't even know where to start. I mean, there are some things to talk about. Really the big story I've been reading a lot about the last a couple of days is, and it's right up your alley, of course, you being a subject matter expert. The fate of the U.S. dollar in 2026. What are your initial thoughts here?
You know, okay. I I come from a background of also realizing that currencies tend to put in their tops and bottoms right at the beginning of the year. That's not to say that the dollar is going to bottom out. However, when we went into 2025, at the end of 2024, everybody was thinking that the euro was going to drop dramatically. The dollar is going to see new all time highs, and here we are. The coin's been flipped, and the script has been flipped. But if you take a look around and you understand what is behind, driving the dollar weakness right now, there's a lot of it between, divergence between central banks, where you have most central banks, even the ECB. Traders are thinking, despite the horrible PMIs that came out earlier today in Europe, people are still looking at Europe and saying, the next move might be a hike. Where we're, on the other hand, the Fed's looking to cut rates, and you have a Trump administration which would love to administer a weaker dollar and engineer it somehow, some way, somehow. So right now, as it seems, it looks like the dollar is going to trade lower. And don't forget, technically, we're on I know it's been widely publicized, we're on like a 14-year trend line, which, if you get the euro above 120, and I have a hard time, imagining it stopping. So I think the momentum could really pick up technically if the dollar breaks down. So the dollar looks vulnerable, and I think a lot of it's going to hinge on US data as it's coming in. As you guys mentioned just before I popped on here, that the US PMIs are going to be pretty important today. They are going to be for the dollar traders, anybody who's trading dollars, because as I mentioned, Eurozone, UK PMIs, for the most part, came in weaker than expected. So if we continue to see, US data kind of deteriorate, that's one thing. But the flip side is US exceptionalism was a bit of a story, throughout 2025. So it's going to be interesting to see if the U.S. economy can hang in there, where the global economy is kind of showing some weakness.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Shy, are we going to see a $94 or less dollar index?
I think the administration certainly would like a lower dollar, absolutely. And so, I think they're going to do whatever they can to help that happen as far as, the Treasury is concerned. So, and we have seen in late December sort of those dollar short bets starting to creep higher for the first time in a few weeks. So,
Yeah. No, Shy, I've been reading. The other thing is everyone's talking about the big, beautiful bill kicking in this year and the impacts it's going to have on inflation in all the markets. Has that been discounted in the markets yet or no?
so I think there's everybody sees inflation is sticky, right? I think people are there's some sort of sigh of relief that we didn't have a huge inflation surge with these tariffs, although one could argue I don't think that's already has fully passed through yet. But of course, we're going to see fiscal stimulus coming in and tax cuts coming in. And so I think people are not counting that in, to be honest. I mean, I would say the consensus is not counting that in, to be honest, to be inflationary. Everybody seems to think, okay, inflation is coming down. We're below 3% now, but still well over the 2% that the Fed keeps stating is their, that they're standing pat on, although they have kind of left it in a range from 2 to 3% and kind of been okay with that so far. So I guess watch what they do, not what they say so much. But we'll see. I don't think the inflation story is over personally, because I think everybody's also thinking that, well, energy prices are down, gas prices are down. This is great for the economy. This is, if energy prices are down, then this is not, this is disinflationary for the economy. But, again, I keep talking about, I think, second half of 2026, energy is going to be a big story, and I definitely don't think we've seen, the top by any stretch of the imagination in the energy markets, and so that could also add to inflationary pressures.
Yeah, Blake, thoughts on this?
Well, yeah, first of all, I agree with everything that you're saying, Tracy. And one of the things that we pulled away from the Fed meeting, this December meeting, was it does seem like the Fed's going to let the economy run hot. So yeah, their 2% inflation target, I don't know how I think it is more like a 3% inflation target as long as we stay around there. But it's going to be interesting to see how hot they allow the economy to run. Because at some point it's going to start to bite. I think it's going to really start to bite on the consumer. We're obviously seeing cracks in the consumer right now, but remember, our consumerism is driven by the top 10%, not the lower 90% right now. So, it's going to be, I think, first I should probably step back and say, I think 2026 going into this next year is probably going to be one of the most volatile years, and which is great for us traders. I mean, as traders, I know I struggle when the market just grinds in one direction or another. But I think that we're going to get a lot of volatility, not only in currencies, and because of this, this central bank divergence that we're speaking about, but also in equities too. I think there's going to be a lot of two-way price action, which is, you guys are in like the perfect spot. I'm talking to our viewers to be, listening in on a show like this, talking to traders all day long, pointing out, a lot of these, key levels and key events that are going to be driving prices every single day. Yeah.
No, I hear you. I mean, I this whole, I keep getting these texts from Shapiro saying the long end of the yield, forget about it. Don't be bullish here on this long end. And he makes a compelling case. And by the way, Shai had some really great write-ups over the last few days on X. If you want to get, institutional level commentary told to you in a way that at least I could understand it, it's follow Shai on X, because you get a really, really great long analysis on pieces. So thanks for that, Shai. But look at the bond market right now. I mean, we're still right in that sweet spot. The long end of the curve right now is at 115.15. We've been in this consolidation channel for a long period of time right now. And it almost seems to me like we're going to stay there until something. Hey, I don't know, maybe the Fed meeting, maybe Fed minutes after that. Who knows? But it's just kind of stuck there right now.
Yeah, you're talking about 30-year yields, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I look at them and they look like we're poised for a break. And man, what happens if yields actually break to the upside? I think that's most people's. I think most people are imagining that we're going to start to see yields, creep higher. But what happens, and how does it really affect, consumer spending? How does it affect the markets? Where's the breaking point, as far as equities go? And I do have to concur about Tracy and about the commentary she puts out on X. It's amazing. So
it certainly. It certainly is. But on that note, Tracy, follow up on what uh, um, we were just talking, what Blake was just talking about. You mentioned, I think you recently mentioned that 30-year mortgage rate being down around 6.17. What hit? I mean, mortgage rates are a bigger deal than everybody thinks, right? So what's going to happen with that when we have these sticky higher end yields?
And that's the problem, and that's why you have Bill Pulte screaming, you have Trump screaming, everybody screaming. We're down about 6.15%, down from 6.18% that they announced last week was the data. Of course, it would be great for the housing market if we had lower mortgage rates because we have a supply issue. For one thing, because people, if you're locked in a 3% mortgage, you're not going to refinance, or you're not going to go look for a new house and get stuck in a 6%, right? And so that's been causing softness in the housing market a little bit. Obviously, if we see long end yields start to spike, that is not going to be easy for mortgage rates to go down. Plus, you have the Fed rolling off MBS, which is also keeping mortgage rates higher.
Yeah, I mean, Blake, any thoughts on the mortgage rate? I mean, there was a great article in the Wall Street Journal this morning about this is, about the condo market, how people are stuck in these condos because of the inflationary, fees you got to pay every month for maintenance and all the regular stuff it takes to maintain some of these facilities, and that people are just stuck and they're stuck renting these things out, and that's a big market as well. So it's also going to have a little bit of a drag, I think, on some of the markets.
It is, and I have to agree with Tracy. I mean, our housing issue is really more of a supply issue, and we just need, bottom line is we just need to build more single family homes. But one of the other things that I think is going to be really big issue as we go into this new year is, and any day now, like whether it's over the weekend, maybe it's next week, we should find out who the next and the incoming Fed chair is going to be. And if it's like a Kevin Hassett, I think then we really have to start thinking about how does the market interpret a Kevin Hassett, led Fed, and what happens to rates, because home mortgages or mortgage rates are going to queue off of the 10-year, right? And remember when the Fed was cutting rates and the 10-year yield started to go up, everybody's like, wait a second, what's happening? And we saw mortgage rates go up as well. So if you start to see that happen, and I'm gonna say probably in the second quarter of this year, as whoever the new Fed governor comes in is coming in, how does the market take that, and how does the market move based on the incoming Fed chair? So which could end up, ironically, spiking yields higher, even though, the Trump administration wants to engineer a weaker dollar. They might not get it. They might not get a weaker, lower yields either.
Yeah, and that the timing of that news release, or we don't know when, of course, we're going to get an announcement there, but it's timed alongside the potential Supreme Court decision on tariffs as well. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know, Shai, what's the buzz on those two releases coming out anytime soon?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to add, that we also still have the Supreme Court decision on tariffs, whether, they're legal or not. That would throw a whole new wrench into the markets. So we'll see what happens with that. I didn't really expect anything in December. I kept saying that because they said that really everybody anticipated January. I know some people thought it might be December, but way too early, in my opinion. So we'll get that in January. The last thing Trump said is, he last week he said, he still wanted to fire Powell. He still might, and that he would announce the new person in January, didn't really give a specific person. But if you remember, first we were supposed to hear end of November. Bessent had said that got moved to December. Now it's moved to January. So it seems like, this announcement keeps getting kicked down the road a little bit, which makes me worried that that is going to be a Hassett, which would probably not be a good thing for the markets.
Oh man! All right.
I was actually just looking at call sheet, the prediction market, and Kevin Hassett is at 44%, but Kevin Warsh is at 35%. So I think his name got floated at the end of. Was it end of last week? Yep. I'm trying to, get through like exactly what day it was,
but
it was over the Christmas. Yeah, that's right. But Warsh's name has been thrown around, which I think is going to be if Kevin Warsh comes in, I think we're going to see a lot of the same, right? As the market's going to carry on. Hassett's the one that I think we're going to get some reaction from the markets. If he is announced.
Yeah, good times. I do want to say good morning to the chat. Happy New Year, Deli. Deli's in the chat. I want to read a couple of his comments because not everybody listening is in the chat, but he has a couple of good comments here as usual. This is the first one from Anthony. Good morning. First day of the year, and what comes out at me so far is energy's getting sold, metals bid again, bonds getting sold, and equities bid. Watch the opening prices from last night as key turning points. And he went on to say the first day of the year trends are flowing up from last year's trends, though we may get hit in energy to start, and it's weak. So let's talk about those things that Anthony just mentioned. Let's start with energy though, right off the bat, and get Shai's opinion. I mean, here we talked a little bit about it in the news segment, but here's crude oil right now. This is the front month in crude, February, and it's just we're back down to a sub 57 handle, Shai.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at positioning, I mean, we have very small, comparatively speaking, open interest in this market. Positioning is terrible. Everybody is either not in this market or kind of negative on this market because the administration keeps saying they want lower oil prices. They're going to do whatever they can to get lower oil prices. And we have the media keep telling us we have this huge supply glut. Again, that is not coming. I just want to keep stressing in that. And so really it's all year has been very negative on energy markets because everybody assumes Trump's going to beat everybody up to get lower oil prices somehow. But, there is a panic zone for the producers where they literally are going to have to pull production off. In fact, we had Diamondback Q4 said, we are pulling production off. We have the Permian Basin is declining. We see that in frac spread counts and in rig counts, which are not my favorite. But there is definite slowing in the basin. There is questionable things that EIA is saying because EIA is now including NGLs as crude oil, and they're not crude oil, they're liquid natural gas. And so that's inflating the numbers that are coming out of the U.S. shale basins because it's not crude. You can't use it for the same thing that you use for crude. You can only use it for petrochemicals and other such things. And so there's a lot going on underneath the surface. I could talk about it forever, but I won't take up that much time. But I think everything is going to come to a head as far as all of these numbers are concerned and what is being counted as crude and what is really crude and what is not really crude. And so...
Yeah, I got you. Shai, any thoughts on this chart or on the crude market, Blake?
Well, I mean, it just looks bearish. I mean, if from a technical point of view, if you zoom out a little bit, and everybody knows that $55 level is like, vitally important, but it looks like actually what we would call a bearish wedge longer term, just because you have lower highs and where support's at 55 bucks. And Tracy, doesn't it look like we are going to the market wants to test the waters below that $55 level? Like I mean, doesn't it feel like we could get not only a move below there, test below there, but really get some momentum if we drop below there?
I think that I would, if we drop below there, which I personally would like to see a washout and
Yeah.
everybody freak out and get long personally. that would set, because I just think it's a better setup technically to my fundamental thesis if we have kind of a washout. But, if we do start to fall below that $55 area, really, I think you could see, let's call it 51 rather quickly. But we would have to
I don't disagree.
Like I said, I don't mean like a dip below and then bounce. I mean, it has to, I want to see a close below that 55 to do anything. So far, we haven't been able to close below that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. We got close, but didn't quite make it on the 16th of December. Every time we have these potential bullish, ascending triangles, it just fails. Just failed today again. So it is looking pretty. I agree with you, Blake. Looking pretty nasty here. Let's talk about the equity markets really quick. Even the S&P is recovering somewhat from Wednesday. The Nasdaq is recovering even more. I think last time I saw a bullish engulfing candle today on the Nasdaq. We still have an inside bar right here in the E-mini S&P, and if my math is correct, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is where we opened. This line here is where we got to get to for Santa to have some, to kind of, raise his chin and show up, and that's 59.60. I'll round it up about. We're getting close. We got one more day left, right? Isn't the Santa Claus rally today and tomorrow, and it's over?
I don't know. What's the rule? Tracy, do you know?
I think it's the last 5 trading days after Christmas or something like that.
So I always read it as the
or
5
before
days
Christmas. I don't know. I know that it started. Sorry, go ahead.
No. 5 days before Christmas and 2 days in the New Year. That's it.
Okay.
Got it. Well, I'll tell you. If you just go to taking that math, I mean, we really started rallying on December, was it December 18th? So, that is technically a Santa Claus rally, and it was a decent one too. I still think that there's some unfinished business from a technical point of view above the all-time highs. Like, I'd like to see us get close to that 7,000 mark, but just about 20 points above the all-time highs intraday. That there's a big 161% Fibonacci extension up there, and when I talk about that, I'm talking actually it's the move from the beginning of 2025 to Liberation Day. The move following Liberation Day, if you will, in April. The 161% extension of that move, like I said, it's a golden fib. I call it unfinished business, and it's above all-time highs. I still think we're going to see it.
All right. Blake is calling for 70-20. How about you, Shai?
So I am not calling anything on the equity markets. We'll have to see.
Oh my goodness. I don't blame you. Any currency stuff we should be taking for the individual crosses, Blake?
Well, I think the euro is still stubbornly strong, and every time it starts to get bid up, people look around and you get PMI data like we've got today, and people go, oh, that's right, I'm still actually buying the eurozone, which is very unexciting. So as far as currencies go, though, I still think the dollar is very vulnerable, which means that some of these commodity currencies could really perk up. I think sterling actually doesn't look bad. If there's one currency that you might not a lot of people follow, but it's one of the emerging market currencies, and that's the South African rand, the ZAR. That is at new highs, or I'd say highs of the year. But it's actually rallying quite substantially, which just shows you there's still appetite for risk. When you see these emerging market currencies rallying against the dollar, that also means that the underlying support below risk taking is still quite attractive. People are when they're buying emerging market currencies, that's usually a good thing overall for risk appetite, for stocks and everything else. So yeah, the rand is really strong. And we didn't talk about metals, and I know I've got to duck out here in a second. But man, there's some big moves at the end of the year, and gold's really struggling here at the 4,400 level. So I think you guys got to be watching precious metals today.
Okay, well, you open the door we're going to stick here for a minute here. Shai, what are you thinking about gold and silver and everything today?
So, I think we had a huge move up, right? And then we have started to get very volatile. That usually happens after you have kind of these parabolic moves. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhat of a sideways market for a while we work off some of this overboughtness, bullishness, right, in the charts. And people kind of, and this market kind of digest. So we may just see a lot of churn in the metals markets for a little bit here, which I think is healthy for the market.
Yeah, and gold, I'm looking at this piercing line for this big giant benchmark candle here. I don't have the exact number. I'm going to kind of eyeball it with my crosshairs here, 44.70ish, give or take. We're nowhere near reclaiming that. So it is. Look at these last three candles, looking a little sideways, as you said, Shai. All right. Well, our time is up, folks, this morning. Blake, I really appreciate you being here with us. First day of the calendar year, trading calendar year, man. Looking forward to having you every Friday in 2026. Happy New Year to you, man. Thanks for being with us.
Happy New Year and go Rebels.
We'll talk about that later.
Bye, guys. Happy New Year to everyone.
See you, buddy. Shai, I love that guy.
I know. He's fantastic.
Every single Friday for Capital Preservation Friday. And we do have the main event coming up next. But any last second thoughts for you, Shai? I kind of cut you off at the end.
Oh, no. Perfect. It's a new year. Markets are still kind of thin. So, just keep it tight and Happy New Year, everyone.
All right. Well, Happy New Year to you too, Shai. I will talk to you later on today. It is that time, folks. It's Capital Preservation Friday. You cannot stop this man no matter where he is, what he's doing. We have the one and only Pax with us this morning. Good morning, Pax. Let's get him in here.
Good morning, Jimmy.
How you doing, man?
Can you hear me? See me okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
You look great. Look how buff you are with that short sleeve polo on, man, and you got the Clark Kent glasses. You are Superman.
I don't think my ex-wife would agree, nor my wife. My wife.
Well, that photo you posted on X of your family is just beautiful. It really inspired me. Now I got to take my family out Saturday night to a nice dinner because of that. Thank you for that.
Thanks. We had such a great time. My 4 of my 5 kids were able to come this year, and it's on New Year's. And by the way, Happy New Year to you and your family, Jimmy. I know It's going to be a great year, and Happy New Year to everybody in chat. We are really, I really am looking forward to this year for a lot of reasons, and we'll get into it. But, we really had such a great time. I always take the first 2 weeks of the year off, and we come to the Caribbean, we come to the same place. I'm not on Jeff Bezos' yacht, although I will see him. I'm invited to his white party. I'm just kidding. And my kids now are all, even the youngest, too, are at that point of their lives where they're not young adults, but they're teenagers, older teens, 16 and 19. So, it's fun. It's fun to dance with them. It's fun to party with them. It's fun to laugh with them. It's, they're not little kids anymore. And it's just, those years. It's just a fun time.
Yeah. For sure. Well, that's great to hear. For sure, it's great to hear. So I'm not saying I'm glad it's over, but it's like, all right, it's time to focus. 2026 January. The second day of January. It's on a Friday today. That doesn't happen all the time. It
Right.
happens sometimes, but not all the time. I prefer when it happens on a Monday. But we're seeing a little bit of volume coming in. I mean, we've got on the even the S&P so far 123,000. I mean, no one's hair is starting on fire, but there's some volume coming in. We're getting a little bit of a rally here this morning. What are you thinking for today, just generally speaking?
So this is two things. One, I'm wearing white. So my tan, and I did my hair nice. I got my hair cut so that I look tanner than Anthony and my hair looks nicer than Anthony.
Uh, uh,
Um,
I'm not going to touch that one with 10-foot pole, man. You guys are both beautiful human beings. I'm leaving you at that.
it's funny, isn't it? So I think today is a very important day in the markets. We probably won't do much except chop higher, but the reason I think it's very important is because we have the very important yearly opening ranges that were set last night and Friday.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get too far into the range. I just want to talk about, frankly, because I don't have them, but I will talk about the pivot, the opening range, the opening price yesterday. So everybody write these down. Take notes and write them down, okay?
That's all right there. Write it down.
Yeah. So and I'll explain why. And Jimmy's going to have to show charts because my Ninja doesn't work with parallels. I'm going to have to buy a new computer for next week, which is fine.
All right, hang on. Let me catch up to you here. Let me catch up to you. I got screens in front of screens, next to screens. I got screens everywhere. Hang on. All right. Where do you want to start? E-mini S&P?
Yeah. So let's do the S&P first.
All right.
The yearly opening range in the S&P is and we'll go through. We'll even go through. I'll go with the S&P. I'll go through last year too. Okay. I'm not going to do that with every market because we'll be here for 3 hours. 6902 is this year's opening print. We are long above that and we are short below it. 6902. 6902 is steady on the year. So every fund, every bank, every institutional trader, every HFT, and every algorithm is looking at 6902 as steady on the year. If we're trading at 6903, we're higher on the year. If we're trading at 69 even, we're lower on the year. So keep an eye on that. Everything will be measured from there in the ES. And for those of you that like to trade SPX or SPY, futures run the world, not options.
Yeah, baby.
The NASDAQ is 25,000.
Hang on. You're changing markets here. Hang on. Slow down.
Let me just write them down. We'll go through charts in a second. Just let everybody write these down. We'll go through the chart in a second.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the NASDAQ is 25,478 and a half. So 25,478. The Russell, I still track, although I haven't traded it in a couple years, is 25,001. 25,001 spot 4 ski. 25,001 spot 4. Everybody got it?
Got it.
30-year bonds, ZB, 115 spot 08. 115 spot 08. Long above it, short below it. And then, of course, the quarterly pivot, 115 and a quarter. So 115.08. That's signaling a kind of a range-bound trade. Gold, $43.40. $43.40. It was a great segment with you and Blake and Tracy. And I tend to agree. I don't think gold has 44 even was that long-term target that you and I had talked about going back to I don't know when we were above 33
Yeah.
for $1,100. And I don't think gold is having a problem with it. I think that gold is had a parabolic move up and is digesting it. We're looking for a kind of a sideways trade. 43.40 though is long above it, short below it. Silver, which I track every day and I trade quite often, and now it's nice to see that the entire world is paying attention. So it's a great market to trade. Trade it small, and if it's too big for you, we'll talk a little bit. We're going to talk about this in the CME segment in an hour or in 45 minutes.
Yep.
Trade the micros. Silver is a great market to trade. Trade micros if it's too expensive for you. $71.50 is the yearly opening range for silver. $71.50. $71.50. You ready for crude?
Yeah, baby.
Fuck. I got stopped out of a good crude trade last week that kind of aggravated me, but that's okay. $57.41. $57.41. So we are short below that. And yes, as they were talking, Tracy and Blake were talking about, 55.10 is going to be that buy spot. And yeah, 55.10 is that big long-term downside target. I got long at him 3 weeks ago, I think. And underneath 55.10, we can go, I think it's down to like $50. I'd have to look at a chart, but I think it's down like $50.
Okay, but the number the number to start the year is 57.41, you said, right?
57.41. Yes.
Okay.
And then the 10-year, for those of you that track the 10-year, I don't trade the 10-year, but we do targets for it in my group, is 112.09 and a half. 112.09 and a half. And a half.
Nice. And a half. Got it. How do you spell half?
Yeah, and a half. Any questions about those prices in chat? Because they're very important. Those are your yearly pivots.
So I would say the line in the sand, right? Whether or not folks are long or short. When I say folks, the institutions, line in the sand are the levels you just said. Okay. And I'll paint those on my charts. So I'll always have them up there, and I'll color code them. So with a little PAX level, just so everybody knows, going forward for 2026.
Look, guys, none of this is rocket science. You guys all tend to make this so much more complicated than what it really is. No matter what market you're trading, it doesn't matter if it's the S&P or gold or silver or stocks, any of the individual names. We're all looking for places to get long and short. We're all looking for pivots. We're looking for pivots, places we can get long with a tight stop or get short underneath it. Unless you're an investor and you're going to dollar cost average over a long period of time, traders should never dollar cost average anything. I saw, I don't know, I saw a popular podcaster that's asked me to be on his podcast 10 times, and I won't do it. You posting his greatest hits. And part of it was these people bragging that they don't use stops. Anybody that doesn't use a stop is a schmuck, a total fucking schmuck. Excuse me. Is a total goof. Anybody that doesn't use stops as a trader is a goof.
It's best practices, right? For sure. And what happened, and the only reason not to use them is the wrong reason, right? It's like, the market's wrong. I'm right. It's going to go my way, right? Or I'm just going to add to it and cost average in. Or this is it for me. I'm going for it. I'm going for broke. Whatever happens, happens. Those are just bad attitudes. All three of those things.
Well, you're turning a trade into an investment, and I've done that. I've done that a million times. So I know everything I warn about. If I call somebody a schmuck, or I say, whatever, I said on stream the other day, anybody buying dips and selling rips in markets will eventually pick me up in their Uber. That's because I've done all that shit. I'm not belittling people. I'm talking directly from my own experience. I cannot tell you how many trades I have turned into investments by averaging in a loss, by not using a stop, by hoping. Ira Harris always talks about, in the pit, you can always tell somebody that was hoping they'd rocket back and forth like they were a rabbi wearing a prayer shawl. I always thought that was funny. You could always tell somebody who's got a hope trade on. Hope is not a trade plan. And also something else that you said too, and I heard you say it earlier in the stream, is the market is always right. 1,000% of the time, 100% of the time, always, every single time, the market is always right. In spite of your opinion, or in spite of what the market does in 5 minutes, at that moment, the only thing that I know that tells the truth all the time is the price action in the market. So, just be aware of that, and also, the old Keynesian saying is that the markets can remain irrational longer than you or I can remain solvent. Yeah,
no, you're absolutely right. Video Starcade in the chat. What happened where I lost it? Where'd it go? This thing's going too fast. This is the way to say you're turning a trade into an investment. That is what not having a stop is. Scream that from a mountain. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I do. And then, people troll me and aggravate me, and I don't want to be, I'm looking at the ocean right there. I don't want to get aggravated. But yeah, no, you're right. And again, I don't know, when I say things like that, you have to realize, and please know that I've done all of that. I've turned a lot of good trades into investments, and it's a stupid thing. It's just, there's no point to it. I make my living, I feed my family by my trades, by using the opening ranges, everyday opening ranges, and then yearly opening ranges, quarterly opening, all of these other things. This is how I feed my family. So, sometimes a good trade will turn into a swing trade. A good opening range trade will turn into a good swing trade. And that swing trade oftentimes turns into good long-term trades, or trend trades. Those things happen, but they're always trades. And the way that I get into a market is always the same. The way that I manage my stops in a trade is always the same. The way I manage my profit, that changes. That's up to my process is very systematic, but it's also, there's a ton of discretion in the way that I manage my profit and how I add to my trades.
Yeah. But the key is when you enter a position is what's the plan, right? You don't change the plan halfway into it, right? What's the plan? The plan is this is going to be a longer term swing trade. This is going to be an investment. This is going to be a day trade. This is going to be an opening range trade. Whatever it is, that plan you have going into it before you even touch the mouse. That way you're not gonna second guess yourself, right? And then after the dust settles, you go and you get your notebook out, you write it down, and you think about what you did right and what you did wrong.
Right. And part of that plan for every trade. So Mickey Hoffman is a shared mentor that both Anthony and I have, and both of us love Mickey. There's an old YouTube video that we did with him a couple of years ago. You can see the love and the respect that we have for him. Yeah. But one of the things that Mickey taught all of us, 6,600 traders or 6,500 traders that had run through his classes through the years, is to know your outs before you get into a trade. Know where you're wrong. First of all, I'm going to buy 6902s, and if we go offered, I'm out, period. That's it. We exhibit that every Friday in our stream. I won't be able to do that today only because my Ninja isn't working, plus the market's not going to do much. But we exhibit that every trade. So know how you're going to get out, and know where you're going to take profit. So know your outs, know where you're going to get out, know where you're going to take profit. But something that's overlooked, and that Mickey didn't teach us because he was an order filler, not a trader, is how are you going to add to your trade? And that wasn't always easy for me to do, but that's what I figured out how to do on the screens. And that ultimately is what makes me a long-term profitable trader. So know three things. Where am I going to get out? Where's my stop? What's my risk? Or in my words, what's my expense? Every single trade. Where am I going to take profit on the trade? And I partial out. I'm all into a trade, and then I scale out. And then I scale in at different prices. So I'm going to buy 6902s, and I'm going to take a profit 15 handles above that, 15 handle swings, right? My indicator, you can download it for free here. So I'm going to take profit at 17. We go 17 bid, I'm going to add more. And my stops are the same place, 17 and another 15 handles higher. I'm going to take profit and add above that. Yeah. Right. So know where you're out. Know your outs, know where you're going to get out for a stop, know where you're going to get out for profit, and know how you'll add to the trade. And those are things that we should all strive to learn. And it's a process getting there. It takes time getting there. First, we have to learn how to manage our minds. We have to learn in the beginning of our careers, we have to learn how to manage our mindsets. We have to learn how to manage our expenses. And then we learn, and that makes you a break-even trader, by the way. Yeah. You learn how to become a break-even trader by managing your expenses or your risk. You learn how to become a profitable trader by then learning how to manage your profit. And that takes a little bit of time. You become free financially by learning how to manage your profit and adding to it. That takes time. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Please don't try to do this shit with live money. Try to do it on the simulator. Take time. It's a real progression, and it takes time. You're not gonna buy a pair of On Clouds or Hokas and go run 26.2 miles. You're going to have to train for it. You're not going to be able to bench press 315 pounds just by laying under the bar and hoping you can pump it up. You're got to train for it. It takes time to do things well. It takes time to do things right. And it takes time to be consistent. And you all need to live your lives consistently if you expect to trade consistently. Here's another thing. Here's one more very important thing. You need, if you do not know how to love and be loved, you will not sustain success as a trader, period.
You know, that's all right. There's a lot of stuff here to talk about. The last thing you just said is true. I mean, I had, you know, my experience in NinjaTrader Live, and I don't want to start crying again, get all sappy, because I did that on on Wednesday. But you know, there is the folks that we work with. You got to admit this, Pax, and you're at the top of this. You're the star on the top of the Christmas tree. But there is a lot of pure desire to help people in a humble way. All the streamers, everybody from Anthony all the way through. That's what makes this network great. And then you look at the chat. The chat's in there helping each other out, you know, typing in stuff, coming up with observations, asking questions, helping newbies in that direction as well. So that is so important. And it makes, you know, I love waking up in the morning and being here. You know, I got a checklist here. Do I get to talk to Delia today? Yeah. Do I get to talk to Shy? Yeah. Check that. Do I get to talk to Pax? Yeah, check that. So that, I mean, it's a spectacular thing we got going on, for sure. So thank you for, you know, that's important that we're all kind of helping each other out. That because this is a hard thing to do. I was a retail futures broker for 20 years. Talking to, you know, retail trade, and I use the word retail. I know Pax, I should say independent, but we've been talking to traders 20 years. 12 hours a day around the globe. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's not easy. It's not easy to succeed. And some of the principles that you're pointing out, really, folks got to listen to.
It's not easy. And, you know, you're right. The outtake video that, you know, I forget how they branded it.
Our greatest hits. It's the greatest hits of 2025. It's on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, it was really good. And I think that the spirit of everybody really flows through that. And I do hope, I really do hope that the way that I share my experience, strength, and hope has a lot of influence on the way that, you know, all of the younger traders have come together. You know, I know that we all trade differently. We see the markets in different ways, you know, but I think that the traders in our network here in the Ninja Network, you know, and led by you and Tracy and Anthony and everybody that's in here every day, and Craig is got, you know, a real cohesive way of looking at things. I can write a book, and maybe one day I will write a book about that line. And every time I tweet it, you know, it always gets interesting response.
There's a poll right there. Should Pax write a book? Yes or no? That's got definitely a poll we got to put out there. I know what the answer is going to be.
Yeah, I'll write a couple of them. One will be, you know, like gangsters and trading, and the other, I don't know, about growing up in Chicago. And the other one will be about, you know, like my experience. But this one I want to write is more philosophical and esoteric, and spiritual anyway, is that, you know, unless we know how to love and be loved, we will never sustain long-term profitability as traders. And that's a difficult thing to understand because it's multifaceted, it's very deep. And, you know, maybe my Summa Theologica can be written about that. And that would be something that I would pursue. I don't know, but it's very important to understand. You need to be able to what does it mean to be a good lover? You know, I mean, think about those things. You need to be forgiving. You need to be understanding. You need to be firm. You need to be strong. You need to have character. You need to know who you are. You need to have integrity.
We're breaking new ground again on NinjaTrader Live.
Well, I mean, really, it's important. And if you don't know how to do that, you're screwed. I was listening to Jade Cap's video that he put out, you know, Kyle's video that he put out a couple weeks ago about telling his story. One of the things I thought, I didn't, you know, when we met him in Florida, I don't think I knew that he was married, but a huge part of his success as a trader is the way that he talks about his mom and dad, his parents. a huge part of the way that of his success as a trader and having the world's record payout with these funding companies is his love for his wife. And that's his why. What is your why? What's your why? You know, why in the hell would I put myself through all of the stuff that I put myself through unless I loved my wife with all my heart and soul, and I loved my kids with all my heart and soul, and I dragged my fat Irish ass out of bed and made myself move forward, picked one foot in front of the other and put it in front of
Dude, there's nothing fat about there's nothing fat about you, man. You are buff as could be. I bought a pair of Hokas, but I put those on. I don't run a marathon. I put those on. I go outside and I throw the tennis ball to the dog. That's why I got Hokas.
You're so full of shit. You are in great shape. What, are you kidding? I was surprised when I met you. I was surprised at what great shape you're in and how young you are, with the exception of the hair missing hair.
We're losing the beard this weekend, so.
Oh, I love the beard. Anyway, no, it really is. It's an important concept to understand and to really kind of, think. Christian, when I met Chris, trading boxes.
Yeah.
First thing we did was we bonded over shared experience. We didn't sit and talk about the markets. We didn't brag about our watches. We didn't bullshit about what kind of cars we drive.
Yeah.
We talked about our shared experience and the love and our why. Tanya, when I met Tanya, okay, Tanya's an ICT trader. Who cares, dude? I don't understand the ICT shit. I don't get it. I don't care to understand it. I care to understand her. Tanya is a lover. Tanya strives every day to do better, to be better. Salma, all these young traders that we have met in here, Anthony has put together some sort of a great group of people. I always knew Anthony was smart, but I've known him for 25 years. I never knew he was brilliant until he put this thing together. So begrudgingly, I will have to say that Anthony, who's like a brother to me, is brilliant.
All right. Jay just calling me. You're right on that, 100%. Hallelujah. I mean, I know I didn't know Anthony before. I mean, the thing. Here's my Anthony story. I'll tell you right now. So when I first joined Ninja, and I had my 5-year anniversary, I was shocked. I'm like, what? I've been here 5 years. It seems like 2 months. But when I first joined, they asked me to do a spot on Benzinga. And I didn't have a camera. I was in the office. I didn't have a mic. I didn't have anything. So anyway, the powers that be at Ninja's like, hey, here, call Anthony. We're doing a lot of work with Anthony, and ask him what you need. And I was like, okay. So Anthony, right away, boom, he's on a call with me, telling me the kind of camera to get, how to mount it, how to use it, the mic, the whole thing. And he didn't have to do that. He didn't work for Ninja. He was just, he did some work on the side for Ninja, but he wasn't a Ninja employee. So that was my first experience, is like selflessness, right? We talk a lot about selflessness in this network, and that was my first experience with him. And ever since that, it's just been that level of good. So you're right on that. I'm not just sucking up, because I'm too old to suck up.
Isn't that interesting? So here's a whole nother, we can take this into a different direction too now, is, to be a good trader, we need to be selfless, right? Or maybe selfish. I don't know. Selfish would imply ego, and we cannot trade with ego. We need to be self-confident. Being supremely self-confident is something that every successful trader has, because being self-confident will enable you to pick one foot up in front of the other and put it in front of the other, even when they feel like they're stuck in mud and weigh 500 pounds. Ego will tell you that you're something other than what you are, and that will kill you. So, there's another great line from Lenny Feldman. Lenny was a great old currency guy and a mentor to many, that Ira propagates too, is if you come to trading with a lot of money and a big ego, you will soon leave with the big ego.
I love that. I love that.
I do too. But you need to be self-confident. You need to be self-assured. You need to be self-possessed. Self. Does that make you selfish or selfless? You need to have character. You need to have integrity. You need to do these things. And those, by the way, that's what all of those things need to be part of your year-end review and your goals. What do you want to do this year? What are your goals this year? And then you need to make a plan to accomplish them. Even back into more the nuts and bolts of trading. Even have profit goals. How much money do you? I want to become a break-even trader this year. Okay, well, what do you need to do to become break-even? I want to be consistently profitable. I want to make $200,000 this year. What do you need to do to make 200 grand? I want to make 2 million. What do you need to do to make 2 million? And
so let me just interrupt one sec, Pax. So I was going to ask you, as soon as you said it, I'm thinking, all right, should I as a trader, and this is the advice I want you to give us, should I as a trader make a monetary goal for the year?
I don't anymore, but I did for a long time. I don't anymore because I've learned how to take what the market gives me. But I do think that when you're developing your career and you're learning how to do that, then yes, I think you do need to have goals. Now, you're not going to limit yourself to traders that say I want to make 1,000 a day and they shut it down after they get out. They got a great position on, but they flatten at $1,000.
Yeah.
That never made any sense to me. I might take the money and let's say I'm long 6902s. I take profit at 15. That's $1,000 on a two lot or whatever. I'm going to let the market work through that level and then put in a sell stop through it, right? So now I'm still long above that level, put in a sell stop at 15 or 17 to ensure if the market comes crashing back, I'm going to take profit there anyway. But I got to give myself the chance to work through it. Okay, now, so the idea is that if I set my financial goal at 200,000, once I get to 200,000, I'm not gonna be done. I'm going to reset and protect that money. So this brings on so many thoughts in my head. So let me before I go off on that little tangent, let me finish this thought. Is so now what do I need to do to make 200 grand? How much is that a day? Nobody makes money every day. So stretch that. How much is that a week? I don't know. That's too much pressure, but you can put yourself under how much a month do I need to make how much a month do I need to make 200 grand? 200 grand. What is that? Like 15 grand a month, 20 grand a month. Now, what do I need to do to make 20 grand? Well, you know what? The way that I trade, my method, my process, I'm going to have those sorts of months. Or you know what? I don't see those sorts of months with the way that I'm trading. How can I expand my thoughts? How can I learn how to manage my risk better, manage my profit better, and learn how to exploit my profit? How can I give myself that time? The hardest thing in trading is going from break even to like 1,000 a day. No, that's misleading because nobody makes money every day except for YouTube streamers. But how do I become how do I become consistently profitable? Go from zero to, that's the hardest part.
Yeah.
Once you can go from 0 to 1,000, it's not that difficult to go from 1,000 to 10. It's just a matter of sizing, or it's a matter of adding. Mm-hmm. So those things are things that you need to be able to see. You need to be able to envision, and it needs to be realistic. You just can't say, I want to make 200 grand and then wing it, And I think too many of you are going to do that. Or
yeah. But let me just interrupt real quickly. Sizing is important, right? Because when you set your expectations, when you come up with your goals and stuff, you got to be proportionate to the amount of risk capital that you have to start, right? To your investment capital, you have to have to measure that, right? So if you have a smaller amount of risk capital, then be reasonable in your in your goals, because you're not gonna there's not gonna be a $10 million year on a $5,000 account, right? That's not reasonable.
Well, no, that is not reasonable, but it is reasonable to turn that into 150, or 100, depending on market conditions. Take what the market gives you, right? To be able to learn how to take what the market gives you and envision it. So this is part of what I wanted to say. It's all the same thing. Okay. Now listen, in my mind, it's all the same thing. Yeah. Whether it comes out the right way, two different things. So here's what I'm going to try to say. If you've got $10,000 in your account, you want to preserve and protect that, right? So, that's not, how do I say this? That's not risk capital. The $10,000 in your account is not money you're willing to lose. I had a guy come to me a couple of years ago was down like $1.5 million. And when I met him, he's down $1 million. And how much you have in your account? I've got 300,000 in my account. You got 300K? Why do you? And he's trading 4 lots. Why do you have $300,000 in your account? Well, that's my risk capital. What does that mean? That's what I'm willing to lose. No, dude, the money in your account is not what you're willing to lose. It's inventory that you need in your account to be able to execute your business. I need X amount set aside to be able to accomplish my goals. Okay, now the $10,000 in your account, you're not willing to lose it. You're not willing to risk it. You're going to spend a little bit of that to try to make a lot more every trade, every day. My plan is with, I got a $10,000 account. I'm willing to spend 400 of that in order to make 1,000. Once I get to 400, I'm done. Once I get to 1,000, I'm not, because now I make that 1,000. Now that becomes my new beginning balance. And that's what I'm trying to protect. I'm willing to spend 200 of that 1,000 to make another 1,000. Now I'm up $2,000 for the day. Boom, on a $400 expense. Beautiful. That's how we make money. $10,000, I preserve and protect it. Now I make my G note. I preserve and protect that. I make another G. I preserve and protect that. I got a $2,000 day going. My new beginning balance tomorrow was 12,000. I'm willing to spend 400 of that 12,000 to make another 1,000. We just keep going like that, right? Preserve, protect, and grow. Preserve, protect, and grow. Over time, you can learn how to turn that $10,000 account into a couple $100,000 while you're taking money out every time at the end of the week or bi-monthly. Every 2 weeks, you should take the money that you've earned out of your trading accounts. This is a whole nother important concept of Capital Preservation Friday. Every 2 weeks, take the money that you've earned out of your trading accounts, properly fund your tax accounts, put 35% away. Remember, futures are taxed at, I think it's 1259 or 1256 section IRS code, 60-40 long-term, short-term capital gain split, which comes out to be about 20%, give or take. So, but put away like 35% into a tax account. If you bank at Chase, open an account at Bank of America. You make $1,000, 700 goes into your Chase account, 300 goes into your Bank of America account. You don't ever touch that tax account. You only grow your personal accounts. I'm not trying to grow my trading accounts. I'm not going to size up just because I made money. Passport to poverty. If I want to increase my trading account, I want to go from a $10,000 account to a $20,000 account. I want to take money that I've earned, money I've already moved into my personal accounts, and I want to move that money into my trading accounts. A business decision to expand my business, taking in a variety of factors. This isn't gambling. I've made 10 grand. Well, I'm going to risk. No. This is a business. The money in your trading account is the inventory that you need to be able to accomplish your business goals. If you want to increase the size of your account, take that money that you've earned from trading, not from your full-time job, but money you've earned from trading, and then add that back into your trading account and execute your business at a fuller extent. And you will give yourself the opportunity to be here long-term.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. It's too many traders have, in my experience, have notched it up too quickly. In other words, going from 2 lots to 10 lots too quickly. There's an element of patience there that's important, because once you need to get some muscle memory too. I mean, every day, it could be Groundhog Day sometimes, and it could, but every day is another, whether you know it or not, another lesson, right? Another reinforcement mechanism that kind of, that's in your head.
Yeah, exactly right. Preserve, protect, and grow. Preserve, protect, and grow. And do the same thing, right? I mean, the same thing over and over and over again. And as you expand your mindset, as you expand your growth, as you expand your business, then you can start to learn how to grow it. Then you can learn how to scale it. Remember, every trading process has got to be 3 things. That's it: consistent, repeatable, and scalable. Those 3 things: consistent, repeatable, and scalable. If it's those 3 things, you've got a trading methodology. Okay, now, what's the old Bruce Lee line? I don't know if this is actually true or not, but it's a great line. I don't fear the man that practices 10,000 kicks. I fear the man that practices one kick 10,000 times.
Yeah.
This is not rocket science. Simplify your trading. Stop
Yeah.
making it so complicated and learn how to be consistent, repeat it, and scale it. You'll be here in 10 years. You'll be here in 20 years.
Yeah.
You won't fall into the pattern. You won't fall into the mistakes that I've made.
Yeah. Nope, for sure, for sure. And but let's be honest, every once in a while, you'll run into a little bit of a hiccup, and then we're human beings, right?
Sure.
So self-doubt will come in, and all of a sudden you get frustrated, and you might start developing habits that are not good habits. So you have to have a strategy to call a timeout and say, all right, hang on, I got to reset here. I got to level set. I don't know. It's a corporate word. I don't know if I like the word level set, but you got to level set, and then go back to doing the basics of what you were doing previously to be successful.
100% right. You got to be a good lover. If you're not a good lover, you will not be able to do those sorts of things, because self-doubt will creep in all the time. I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you've been doing this and how rich you are. What's the other pop culture thing that the imposter syndrome will pop in? Who in the fuck do I think I am? What the hell? I thought that, a couple of weeks ago, I went and bought my wife a purse from Yves Saint Laurent, and she's got all of that shit. And I'm thinking, what do I think I am? It's ridiculous. But, or go buy a new car or a new house, whatever, and that's something that my father would say to me when I was a young trader. You bought a Mercedes? Who do you think you are? You bought a lake house? Who do you think you are? You're 35 years old. You got three, one in Arizona, one in Wisconsin. Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
I don't know. So
you.
that whole thing creeps into my head all the time. And I've got to remember to give myself grace. I have to remind myself who I am. And I have to remind myself sometimes, no matter who you are, I don't care, that I am fucking great at this. I'm a great trader. And part of being a great trader means that I need to step back and realize that I've put myself in a gigantic hole, and I've had to sell my houses, and I've had to start all over again because of that ego. Difference between self-confidence and ego. Ego will kill you. Self-confidence you can build upon.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And I have a relative who, fell into that. Great bond trader, house in River Forest, house on the Gulf of Mexico, big ego. Things were going good and things were going bad. Then loses the trophy wife, loses both the houses, never was able to come back because of that.
Yeah.
And I've seen it in my family, and it was heartbreaking.
Right. Like when you're a good lover, you know how to love and be loved. You get in an argument with somebody that you love very much. You're not gonna dig in, and you're wrong. You're not gonna dig in and try to prove you're right, even though in the back of your head you're wrong.
Yeah.
You're gonna stop. You're gonna say, you know what, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have said that. Or here, and you're gonna change it. You're gonna apologize. You're gonna move forward. You're gonna make things better. That's being a good lover. Same thing with trading. If I'm starting to think like we've talked about that guy, Jimmy, your family member, and I've been that guy too. I know I'm wrong. Well, I'm going to dig in and I'm going to yell louder. I'm going to shout my opinions, not based in fact, louder. And the louder I yell, the more I win. The more I win, the more of a schmuck I look like. If you trade like that, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to have to sell your house in the Gulf. You're going to have to sell your house in Scottsdale or Lake Geneva or Lake Forest and move back to the South Side and drive Uber like I did and start your career all over again with the realistic sense of self, with real integrity and real character. And you know what, no matter how bad I created things to be, I've only been able to recreate and rebuild my life because I've always maintained my integrity in this business. There's nobody that can call into question my reputation. You can call into question my trading process, I suppose, but you can't call into question my integrity.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I hear you, man. And it's just kind of a personal note. This is why I love being a ninja trader. I mean, I've worked for a lot of CEOs that were not particularly nice human beings. The one here, Marty. He's
Great guy.
genuinely a good person.
Yeah.
He's generally humble and and is focused on the trader experience, making it better, and that's why I'm here 100%. So
Marty is awesome. And that's why this business is growing. That's why Ninja's growing. That's why, you know what? Marty is an incredible, important cog in futures growing, and like, I'd like somebody to do a study to tell me about how much Ninja is responsible for the growth of open interest.
Industry powerhouse. There's no doubt about it. But
Ooh.
Pax, I think let's kind of pivot into the main event of the day, the spread trades, the micros. And let's get into this. This segment that we're starting right now is sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. And I know your screens are, you don't have your screens up, so I have my screens up right now. I have the E-mini S&P up. And I have two trading ladders up. And by the way, this whole trading platform, whether you're using the web-based platform or whether you're using the NinjaTrader download platform, it's modular. So you could add as many windows as you want for as many trading ladders as you want. So I have two up here right now on my screen. On the left-hand side, I have the classic E-mini S&P market in this trading ladder, price in the middle. We got a bid column and an offer column that flank the price column, and you can see some volume numbers in the columns, right? Those are limit orders resting at the exchange. And on the right-hand side, we have the micro E-mini S&P contracts. And remember, micros are 1/10 the size in this case of the classic. So classic, I'm going to call the big one. I'm going to call the E-mini a classic, even though it's not a classic, but the classic. And then the micro is the micros. They're 1/10 the size. That's true for the Nasdaq. It's true for just about all of the asset classes that markets that CME Group offers us, including gold, including crude oil, including silver. Now, silver's it's not 1/10, it's 1/5. I'm sorry, 1/5. So it's a little bit different, but it's still a micro. So, Pax, walk us through a little bit about on how you view using these two together. I'm going to call them. It's an intra-market spread, even though it's an inter-market. I mean, they're two separate markets, but they're 100% correlated. Just about. The basis of both of these, of both the micro and the classic, are the same. It's the S&P. And they move in unison, so you could actually offset positions with these. Talk to us a little bit about your strategy here.
Well, there's a lot to it, and we try to exhibit it every Friday in the show. But one of the things that I think is important in light of this conversation, when I've been talking about remember, consistent, repeatable, and scalable, is how do you scale your business? How do you scale your business while at the same time managing your expenses as effectively as you can? Expenses meaning your market losses, right? You got to keep them expenses because this is a business, it's not gambling. I don't lose money. I'm not a loser. I'm a businessman. I spend money to make money. Okay, now, how can I, and also commissions matter. Now, commissions on micros are cheaper than commissions on minis. However, they do add up, and they add up quickly. And clearing fees and everything that pops in there, CME fees. So a great way of learning how to scale your business while protecting your expenses and keeping your expenses as small as you can, and learning how to not only trade with a little bit bigger size, but give yourself more opportunity to take more out of the market, is to use the mini and the micro as kind of a hedge or a spread. So you're going to trade in a position as I do. This is how I trade, okay, and how the traders in the PAX group trade. I'm going to be all into a position, and I'm going to scalp in and out of that position really quickly. So I can't see exactly what I can. It's 20. My eyes are bad, Jimmy. What is
that's okay. That's okay. Right now we're trading at 27 even on the SPOOs.
All right. So if I want to get long, if my the top of the opening range is 69.27, we're above 69.02. So I'm looking at this from a bullish standpoint already on the year until we're below it. We're above the quarterly pivot at 67.95. So this is a bullish, setup. Yep. So if we come out of the opening range to the upside, I'm going to buy a 2 lot at 69.27. Now that 2 lot gives me 20 to trade out of. So I'm going to be all in. If it goes 27 offer, I'm out. So I'm going to buy 27s, pitch them at 26.75 or 26.5, or, if we're busy, it'll be a little bit worse than that. But I'm right or right out on every trade that I make. Scalp in, but trade out. So I buy a 2 lot at 27. That's going, if I go ahead and buy a 20 lot micro, my commissions are exponentially more, especially when I'm scalping in and out. So I might be in and out 3, 4, or 5 times before I catch the move above it. So if I buy 69.27s, I'm going to seek to pay for my trade with 25% of my unit. Paying for my trade means that I remove my risk. So if I buy 2 at 27, I'm going to try to pay for my trade 4 points above that level in the S&P, 10 points in the NASDAQ, 20 cents in crude. It's going to be 27, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it'll be 31. So I'm going to sell 5 micros at 31. Now that when I pay for my trade, it's not about me taking profit. It's $200 a 1 lot, but it's, in this case, it'll be $50 or something. It's not about me taking profit. It's about me simply removing my risk. My stops are scratch. So I buy 27s, I pay for my trade, stop is into the scratch. I cannot possibly lose money. That money that I've locked in now pays for my expenses and gives me the ability to be able to hold my free trade until, as the indicator that we use, my indicator shows 15 handles in the S&P or 65 handles in the NASDAQ. So I'm going to then sell 5 more micros. So I'm long 2. I'm going to sell 5 more micros at that 15 handle rotation. So I'm long 2. I'm short 5 micros because I paid for my trade. I'm going to sell another 25% of my unit at the 15 handle rotation. So 27, 37 would be like 42. I'm going to sell it in front of it at like 42. Yep. So I'm going to sell 5 more micros. So now my domes are going to show me long 2, short 10. I am not down money in the micros. Your front end, if you have your P&L up, your P&L is going to show you up money in the minis and down money in the micros, because these, as Jimmy said earlier, these are 2 separate markets. They're correlated, but they're 2 separate markets. So that's the wrong way of looking at it. You don't have a bad trade on in the micros. Now, pause this for a second. And let me ask you a question. Does anybody have any questions in the chat about any of this so far, about where I am? Because I want to make another point about this. But if you guys have any questions about what I'm saying, I'd be happy to answer them now before I move on.
Yeah, and before you move on too, let me just kind of point out some of the math, right? So in Pax's initial trade, right, he's long 2 E-minis, right? And then he'll peel off 5 micros. And when in the moment of time and when he does that, he's really, if you think about it, he's long 1.5 or 1.5 minis, because he peeled off 25%, as he discussed. And I'm using the word peeled off, but he sold 5 micros as part of his initial trade.
Right. Wait, Mr. Market, I don't understand your question. How can you make sure your hedge is making money if your trade doesn't work out? I don't understand what you mean.
Well, I think you have an initial stop loss in, right, Pax?
Yes. So again, if I buy 69.20, let's keep the math easy. So if I buy 69.25s, if it goes 69.25 offer, I'm out. How many times will I do that? Somebody had asked, you scratch, how often do I get back in? If I'm scratching a trade, I'll keep going. If I've taken 2 expenses in a row, I cut my size and give myself 2 more expenses. I'm only going to do this. I call it 2x4. I'm only going to do it. I'm only going to take a max 4 expenses. So 2 expenses, cut size, 2 more expenses. Hence 2x4. Does that make sense? So yep. If I buy 25s and I sell and I get out of them at 25, I scratch them. Then that I don't count that as an expense. If I buy 25s and sell 24 halves, well, that's a 2-tick expense. I'll give myself 1 more 2-tick expense and cut my size. Now, you guys also have to remember that I don't trade two lots. I trade bigger, and I'm not trading the spread. But the traders in my group that are underfunded are doing this, and they're making a whole lot of money doing it too. And they're, more importantly, they're making a whole lot of progress to becoming long-term profitable traders than they are in making money today. Because again, the skills that you learn today lead to profit in the future. So give yourself the time to progress through it.
And let me just point out another thing that's hard for a lot of traders to get their heads around, beginning traders to get their heads around, that you do really well, is when you hit that first rotation and you take a trade off the table, and then the move continues and you add position, or maybe you didn't take off the position and you added to it. That's a mentality that in a lot of beginning traders, it seems counterintuitive. It's like, well, you took something off the table, but then you put some more back on right away when it was moving up, and right. But you have that momentum that's been confirmed, right? You're going to try to get that second rotation up. You're basically adding to a winner, even though you're taking 5 micros off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right. It's a whole nother leg up. And if I was flat, if I did not have a trade on from 15 handles below, I would initiate my trade above that, looking for another 15 points. So, why wouldn't I want to, if I am long from the opening range and I get those 15 points and I take profit, why would I not want to add above that? So that becomes actually my position on my front end is going to show, obviously it's the same trade, but to me, it's a completely different trade. So I'm long 25s. I take profit at 39. I buy more above 41. That I'm going to manage those 41s completely separate than I manage the 25s. Even though my front end will show me long 10, I know I'm long, or 8. I know I'm long 4 from the opening range, and now I'm long 4 from 40, or 41. So 41 bid, 2 bid, 3 bid, 4 bid. All I have to do is pay for this trade, put in a scratch stop, and stay true to or stay out of the way of the market.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I'm gonna now when I add though, I'm not gonna give myself more expenses. When I add to a trade, they have to work immediately, or I get out. I mean, like right away. I'm not gonna give it a little bit. I'm not gonna give it a tick or two to fuck around there. If it doesn't go, I'm out. I will not allow my ads to bite into significantly the profit I've locked in. That's very important. Okay, now I'll give myself 2 small expenses. That's it. Not a 2x4. I'm not going to bang myself against the head. I'm not going to bang my head against the wall and self-flagellate because I screwed up my the profit that I've locked in. So if I'm up $1,500 or $2,000 on realized P&L and unrealized P&L, I am not going to give that back by trying to add to a position. I'm going to use some of that, as we were talking earlier, set, reset. I'm going to reset my realized gains 1,500, unrealized gains another 1,500. I'm willing to spend 400 of that in my ads to try to make it another 2,000 or 3,000. Not any more than that. Capiche? I mean, this is really important. I'm up 3,000. I'm not going to blow that $3,000 to try to add to it. No.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Yeah. No, and the beauty of kind of this methodology too is, again, this is, victory goes to futures trading. You could do this on the short side, right? Your first position, when the bell rings, your first position could be short. It doesn't have to be long.
Oh, right.
And so then you're going to peel off 5 on the way down.
Right. 100% right. Yeah. Now, I'm only speaking to this from the long side today because we're above the quarterly pivot, 67.95, and we're above the yearly pivot, 69.02. So I'm just looking at the market from the long side until we're below 69.02 anyway. Otherwise, I'd use it from both sides. Now, another point about adding is trading the spread. Trading the spread like this is going to teach you how to add. This is this is super important concept. Learning how to add to your position without adding to your risk. And if I said that to you guys, if I put that out on Twitter, can you add your position without adding to your risk? Everybody's going to laugh at me. But any long-term profitable trader is going to know that is absolutely possible. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does happen, it's when you have these huge trades. So a way of adding to your position without adding to your risk, trading the spread like this, is by getting out of your micros. So if you're long 2 from 25, you paid for your trade by selling 5 micros at 30. You're going to take profit at the 15-handle rotation in front of it, which is 40. You're going to sell 5 more. So we now at 39, say, I always use, if 40 is the rotation, I'll use 39, 41. I always use 2 points around the targets. So I'm going to take profit in front of it at 39, and I'm going to add more above 41. Okay, now back to this. I'm long 2 at 69.25. I pay for the trade at 69.30 by selling 5 micros, no risk, free trade. I'm going to sell 5 more at 39. So now I'm long 2, short 10. Market goes 41 bid. How am I going to add to my position without adding to my risk? I cover the micros. So now I'm just naked long 2 from a quarter. We go 41 bid, 2 bid, 3 bid, 4 bid. I'm just naked long 2, and I got to pay for it, and I got to take profit on it again. See? Does that make sense? Okay,
Yep.
where'd we open? Let's see.
Good question. Now, what I'm doing on my screen, guys, I'm doing it in the sim account, and I'm not following Pax's formula exactly. So what I just wanted to show the relationship. I'm long 2. We could put a dollar amount to it. And on the right-hand side, and again, this is a random level. This is not a Pax strategy. I'm just going to sell 5 micros, and I just want you to see the math.
Just illustrate it. Yeah.
So yeah, illustrate it. That's a big word. I like that.
All right, the opening range is 24.5 to 32.5. So Jimmy, where are you long at?
So I'm actually long at 27 even.
Okay. All right.
And
So you're long.
I took 5 off, just again, illustration at 29 even, right? So now I'm basically long 1.5 classics. I've pocketed, 2 points of 5 micros.
All right. So hold on. Let me look again. I'm looking at Discord to see where it is. All right. Now
I'm just going to let this roll just to get the math so everyone understands the math. And you can see the math at the bottom of both the 2 trading ladders.
Oh, hey, here's another thing. So there's a bunch of ways to add to your size, and there's a bunch of strengths to this. So now if we take out Jimmy's original entry price, which is 27.5. So if we go 27.5 offer, Jimmy put a scratch stop in. Jim, do the.
Right, I'm going to do this though in the 27 even, dude. 27.
Okay. So now Jimmy's long 27s, scratch stop in, and he's short 5. You see that at 29. All right, now he's out. Now you reinitiate your trade, or you let the market work below that. Let's see if it wants to work below that. Now look at that. It looks like you sold a rally. Oh, we don't sell rallies. Well, now it looks like you did. Now you put in a scratch stop at 29. You're short from the high of the day.
Yep.
There's a lot of different things. You guys are limiting yourselves in the way that you trade by buying 2, selling 2, buying 1, selling 1, flatten up and scalping. Learn how to trade. This is trading.
Yeah. All right. So I was short from there. I was short from 29, and this is again, a rookie mistake. I accidentally got out.
Oh, where'd you get out of those?
I don't know. I just around 21.50, something like that.
Oh man, don't at me. Scratch stop in, Jimmy. That was the point of it.
I know. I hit the wrong button. My bad.
Okay, it's okay. All right. So now the bottom of the opening range.
I'll try to recover. I'll try to get short at that level again. Where I got stopped out.
And you can sell them at the pain line, which is 20.5.
20.5. Okay.
All right, everybody, I can see who's in my group. Everybody in my group is short and paid. That means everybody that's saying SP, that means that they remove the risk at 20. So they sold 24.5s and they paid for their trade. They sold 2 at 24.5 and they bought 5 at 20.5. So they're short and paid. They have no risk, and they're going to try to take 15 and a rotation, which is going to be what, 09.5. So they're going to take profit at 09. Make it 09.11. Okay, those of you that are here, 09.11. So take profit at 11. We go 09 off or sell more. My God, where are we trading? Let me see if I can.
That was a disastrous mistake. My bad.
But do you see the point? So now Jimmy was long 2. He paid for the trade by selling 5 at 29, and now he gets stopped out of his initial trade, his main the meat of the trade. The meat of the trade is the minis, not the micros.
Right, the 2-lot.
Right. Now he gets stopped out of the deuce. He paid for the trade. He paid for his longs, and now it looks like he sold a high. So now he's short 5 micros. Let's see where that's going to go. So we go 24F offer, bottom of the opening range. You go 24F offer, you sell 2. Now you're short 2, short 5.
Yeah. In theory, I'm short 5 micros if I wouldn't have added on from 29.
Right. From 29.
Yeah.
You're short better. And now you're short 2 minis from the opening range. You're trading in process, and you got 5 on. You're short 5 from the high. You got 5 on from there. And now all you have to do is just, you got to pay for your minis. So you're short 2 minis and short 5 micros. You pay for your minis by removing the 5 micros below here, right? So short 2, you buy 5. Now you're short 2 and flat. We get down to 11. You buy 5 more. You're short 2. Now you're long 5. You have added to your position without adding to your risk. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Does anybody not understand? It's hedging. Yeah, it's not hedging. It is, but it isn't.
No, it's position management.
Right. But it's going to look like, and that's where this isn't a true spread. I mean, it is a spread. It looks like a spread. It isn't at its soul, at its core, it's not. Because, like now, if you sold 4 from the opening range, and you buy 1, if you sell 4 at 24F and you buy 1 at 20F to pay for your trade, and you buy 1 more at 11, you're not hedging anything, and you're not down money. You're not up money in one market and down in another. You've taken profit. It's position management. See what I mean? That's the important thing.
And it's still going too. So what point? All right. So where's your group adding to a short here?
Where are we at?
We're at
14.
14, yeah.
Okay, so everybody in my group, everybody that's short and paid in my group that's here, is you guys are going to take profit at 11, and we go 09 offer. You're going to sell more. So you're still short from the opening range at 24AF. You guys are going to take profit at 11, and we go 09 offer, and you're going to bang them out. I'm going to pay attention to this to see if we get down there. What's the low so far, Jimmy?
The low so far is, I'm going to tell you right now, 13.25.
All right, 13Q. My nudge. Yeah, if I was paying attention to this, if I was able to see this, I would have probably, when we stopped at 13, probably suggested to take something off. Okay, because remember, we got the yearly opening range. So those used, I had a meeting last night with traders in my group about the yearly opening ranges. So remember, you guys are short from the opening range. If we take out the yearly opening range at 02, you're adding more underneath there. Okay, so now you're short.
What I've done, Pax, is I'm back to my original. I'm back short 5. And it's almost as if I didn't get stopped out. I didn't make a mistake. Forget about that. So I got back in at 20, even though I'm really short from 29.
Okay, so you're short from 29. I'd put in I would try to sell. I'd put in a buy stop on those at the opening range at 24AF.
At 20. So you're moving them down in essence because it was at 29.
Yeah, because if the market gets back inside the opening range, I don't want to be short anymore. I want to be flat, and if we go bid above the opening range, I want to be long.
Right.
So that's my entry. It's not a trailing stop. It's not a money. It's just there, right? We get back to the opening range. I no longer want to be short. Think of the opening range as a room. If the market is inside that room, I'm flat. Today in the is 32F to 24F. So if we're in between 24F to 32F, I got nothing going. Okay. If we're at 24F, we come offered, I'm selling them. If we're at 32F, we go bid, I'm buying them.
So you're in the middle of a ladder rung, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. I visualize this as a ladder, right? You have a ladder, right? You're climbing up or you're climbing down.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Ladder rungs. One rung up, one rung up. We didn't quite make the first rung down. We stopped at 13.25. Okay.
Yeah.
If I was paying attention to that, you guys, I probably would have suggested, and if I can see the numbers, I probably would have suggested, reach and buy something at 15 to ensure you take profit on What's 5 minute bar? I don't deadlift. I don't know what you mean. What's your oh, no. The opening, it's not my opening range deadlift. The opening range has been clearly defined by every major exchange as the high and the low of the first 30 seconds since Dow theory was invented in the early 1900s. Anything other than that is a construct in the mind of people that don't know how to trade. Well, no, they do know how to trade. They just trade differently than I do.
Right, so we're still going. We're still going strong here. We're in 17s. You know, it's 17 even, 16 3/4.
There you go. All right, now, okay, so that's a whole other thing. If you guys are trading prop money, you know, like online trading. No, what's the name of the Mike Padillac's company? What's the name of the fucking firm?
Top Step.
Ah, thank you. If you're trading Top Step, I think they reset you. And you don't take profit at 13, the market comes back up to wherever it went, 23. I don't know. So you might have to use a trailing stop is my point. I don't use trailing stops. I'm short from 24.5. I am not taking profit until someplace around 11. Okay, so my stop I've removed my risk. My stop remains at scratch, and my bids remain down to 11. If I'm a new trader, I might reach and buy something when we stop at 13 at like 15 half.
Okay, Pax, right now though, I'm still short 5 micros at 29, and I don't have a stop in it. I don't have a profit target in on the micros. What should I do?
Nothing. Leave the micros go. Sell more at 11. Sell minis at 11. Sell minis at 11. That 5 lot that you're short from paying for your trade finances your ads here.
Okay. And so I'm selling 5 more. I could do it on a stop, right? I could just put the order in.
Yeah, but do it from the micros, though. I mean, from the minis.
Oh, from the minis. Okay. All right. Nice. We'll do 2. All right. I just did it as a stop, just so I don't have to mess around with the clicking the mouse. Now I do need to put a stop though on the micros. I don't have a stop anywhere. Oh, I do. Never mind. That's right. You told me 24.50. It's still sitting there, Pax. Okay. Yes, sir. No, Pax is frozen, everybody. We're going to get Chris Trading Boxes is going to pop in here any second. Oh, there he is. There's that dude. How you doing, Chris?
Hey. Hi, guys.
Man, oh man. How have you been? Happy New Year.
Likewise. Happy New Year to you as well. I'm just setting up here. Give me a second, guys. But how's your
No, take your time. I know. So Pax is traveling, and he's unfortunately a victim of travel bandwidth. We've all been a victim of that for sure. I remember when we first started NT Live, I was moving and I was doing streams from a hotel somewhere in downtown Charleston, and it was like stream was on and off and on and off. But we had some great intel with them, and we're talking about trading the micros versus the e-minis.
All right, I am sharing now. Let me know if you guys can see that.
All right, let's go ahead. I'm gonna just go ahead and
Oh, yes. Good catch.
Well, Chris is getting ready on his charts. I'm just going to leave these trades up here really quickly so everyone can see them. Remember, my stop's at 24.50, and we're trying to get more at the big classic at 69.11. I'm not going to really manage this trade much because we're going to be focusing on what Christian has cooking when he's ready to share his charts as well. So,
are you in trade?
Well, we were just demonstrating Pax's methodology for trading. I'm in a sim account, but we were just demonstrating Pax's methodology for trading uh, E-minis versus the micros. And
I
he's got a
see.
methodology that it's a good method. It's a great methodology. It takes some getting used to, and that's what we were doing this morning.
All right.
So I'm just gonna go flatten all this stuff out, and we're gonna focus on your charts, man. How's your New Year's?
It was good. I didn't do much. My one of my dogs was needed to be taken care of, so I stuck
Mm,
around for her and helped her out.
there you go. That's awesome, man. Dogs are the best.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
in February I had to put down I had a 14-year-old German wire hair pointer I had put down. Um, and I don't think I was ever so sad, ever so heartbroken. It was horrible.
yeah. It's not the best.
Yeah. But I have a new rescue dog, man. He's my best friend.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I love this dog.
I love that. They're great beings.
Yeah, what kind of dog you got?
I got two Aussie Doodles.
Oh, nice. Nice.
All right, I think I'm sharing now, so I'm good to
Yeah,
start
yeah,
with my
yeah, yeah.
plan.
Yeah. What are we looking at, man?
All right, so I'll be sharing the 4 hour here. The 4 hour, we were seeing a pretty aggressive sell-off on earlier in the week. Um, ES went back into that gap open at prior week, which is now the prior week low. We held that. We bounced back up. We reclaimed 69.18, which was a big zone. It was like the prior breakout area. We're now attempting to hold it on a back test. We might be seeing a reversal here. So as long as we can hold it, we can push back up to prior day high. If we fail, we go back down to the lows. For NQ, let me share the hourly in NQ because the 4 hour is a bit of a mess. All right, so for NQ, we did break above this channel resistance that we had. We had this big, this tight consolidation here overnight, and then this big push into prior day high 710s, which is also the back test of this breakdown area. We couldn't hold. We came back down, and I wanted to see either if we could hold 670s. We couldn't. We attempted, right? For 2 hours, we were holding.
Yeah.
We just came lower. We tested the next support area at 630s. And that's scenario one. So if we can hold this, which we are so far, we can bounce back up to 710s, maybe create a period of consolidation here in this overall 630s to 710 range. If we can hold in above it or at prior day high 710s, form some acceptance, we can push out. If we do come back to 630s and we fail, we come down to 560s where we can then seek a higher low against prior day low, which is these support areas here. And then if we form acceptance and then fail, we go to prior day low. For ES on the hourly, a little bit of the same, but it is weaker. Cyclicals are weaker. Small caps, banks, they are seeing the opposite of what semiconductors are seeing. But it is attempting to hold a 69.18, maybe a higher low here. Just missed a long there. But as long as it can hold, we can push back up to 69.43s, which is the big area that we need to test. This is the breakdown area here. We attempted once, and then maybe on the next test, we can hold it and then see higher. If we come back down to 618 and we cannot hold, then we go back down to prior week low and 68.93.
Yeah, I'm just kind of I'm toggling between my S&P and NASI. It just looks like NASI is stronger today. I mean, almost got on the daily candle, looks like a bullish engulfing almost, and yes, it's still an inside bar right now, but I'm probably bullish on both of them right now.
Yeah, they held where they needed to hold. I mean, tech is really strong right now, so let's see if we can continue higher.
Yeah. I I made a mistake and clicked on some clickbait a couple
Oh,
days
really?
ago. Well, it was an AI an AI video generator. And I thought, well, I'm gonna have some fun. And so it was like, click on this thing. Um, and it's, $19 a year. I was like, okay. So boom, I clicked on it, I downloaded it, on my phone. And then I went to make my first video, but then you had to choose the model you wanted. And whatever model you wanted to generate your video, I guess there's a bunch of models. I don't understand AI in the slightest. Every one of them you had to pay again. I was like, no, I don't want to do this. I just want to experiment. I want my $19 back. It's like, nope, you're not getting your $19 back.
Wait, what kind of videos?
I was going to make some trading ones, just kind of some fun,
I see.
interactive trading ones in it. And it was a fail, man. I'm gonna let the marketing department do this stuff. Oh man. Anyway,
Good push by the indices here.
we had PMI come out too. Shai just mentioned it in the chat. U.S. S&P Global December manufacturing PMI at 51.8 versus 52.2 prior. That in line, a nothing burger. And then Shai also put in there Tesla shares up 2% after Q4 delivery production results. Oh, here he is. The West Coast legend himself. XYZ is in the house.
Good morning.
Good morning. Was
So we had a
how
little emergency.
What's
what's
that?
that? But
So we had a little emergency with Pax, huh? Just cut off.
well, he's traveling, and you know how it is when you're in a hotel and you're kind of relying on or a resort or wherever, I don't know what PAX is, and someone's yacht maybe. Um, you gotta you gotta
He's at the
rely on
Gamo store.
you're relying on internet you're not used to, right? And it's
The
catches you.
Caragamo Wi-Fi has never been that good.
Yeah, yeah. We had a great session up until the end, and then it's kind of
Yeah, I saw you were actually trading a little bit.
well, I was throwing in his trade ideas in a sim account. Um, Not very well, by the way, but Jim uses Google Notebook. I know I got to get I got to get into the new century. That's for sure. Okay. How was your New Year's, XYZ?
It was good. It was chill. I don't really do anything for New Year's. Like every year, just chill at home. And
Hot
honestly,
dog,
you're just kind of waiting for every time you try to do the whole midnight thing, it's a little tough as you get older.
so no hot dogs at Costco.
No.
Oh, man. Anyway, looks like you got a trade cooking. Tell us what's going on and what you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm down to runners. We went down to VWAP, tested it a few times. I was kind of like in a frazzle because I was like trying to get my coffee and all this stuff, and they're testing, they're sweeping the low. So I was like, all right, let's do this first, and then we'll get the coffee after. Swept it. This is also the London Open. I don't have it visible here, but London Open is something that I do use. Another visual is you can see like this is also a consolidation before a move up where they built this volume. So what I'm thinking is they tested lower ranges, came up, built right here, and then ripped up, built some more. On the way back, this is a taper. This is kind of like you can call it demand or something. It's a consolidation. It's London Open as well. And if I think the market's going to hold, this should be where they do. That's also where VWAP was. So just looking at all the selling that was taking place, it was a lot of selling.
Hmm.
Scaled into the longs. They're down to one now, but I wanted to get back into this range. So as price was moving back into this volume, I took off like everything but two, came back up to the other edge of the distribution, took off one, and then I'm down to one, and got paid really nicely on this. So I'm willing to hold a pretty big pullback. This is like 90 points trailing stop, almost 100. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see what the market can do. There is this really, really, really big buying at the POC here. This was, I don't even remember, but it was a couple hundred positive delta. So I'm gonna see what happens here. If it takes me out, I am willing to get more bids in. I want to see what happens first. I want to give the market a chance to come back to. If it takes out this trailing stop, maybe around the 690s range, the 700s again, we might find some action. But that's just the trade idea. Worked out
I,
pretty nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, I like the position. I like the stop management. I'm a big fan of the London initial balance also. I mean, I like to look at the London initial balance actually, which includes the open, obviously, but more so on the commodity side. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on how you kind of look at it in the equities.
I think everything to me is just volume. I keep it really simple. There isn't like a crazy macro side to my trading. It's where is the positioning, what has happened to the positioning, and where might it go. So for a long time they kept holding, certain areas. And if price breaks certain spots, is there participation? And if there is participation, if it continues lower, is there still participation? If there's a lack of participation and it goes back the other way, then what happens to the most recent, distribution? So in this case, the most recent distribution did not see continuation and it's going back. It built even higher above it. And if it comes back to the prior one, I'm going to see if it holds. So it could be as simple as marking consolidations on a price chart if you don't use volume, stuff like that. When it comes to like, I guess if it's whether it's indexes or commodities or, it could be other products like metals, gold, whatever. Everything to me is volume. I don't have any key differences in how I trade, like say a product like gold versus NQ. To me, it's always going to be volume based. So if you look at these green zones on my gold chart, you go all the way back. I mean, I don't have data loading further back, but these are based off of data that's now older. When they came back into the zones where I had green, green, so this is volume that led to a move upwards. As it came down, it just tapered. So if the market's not willing to participate in moving past old support, then I'm going to assume that it's just not going to happen. I'm going to speculate that, look, if this held as support last time, if the market isn't willing to participate, which means sellers aren't willing to participate, it's simply not going to continue. And if it's not going to continue, we're going to go back up and you have your targets. If you're using 5-day rolling like I am, there's not much of a taper until you get to the 440, 400s. So you can manage your targets accordingly. We do have kind of a thin structure on the move down up until 44.65. So if this does hold and there's not enough interest to transact lower, we're very likely going to trade 44.64s, 44.65s, in my opinion. So commodities, indexes, metals, everything to me is in the lens of volume. Where is their interest and where is there a lack of?
Awesome explanation.
Long-winded answer, I know, but
No, I appreciate it. It was awesome. I appreciate that. By the way, Larry in the chat says X, Y, and Chris, two of my favorite humans. Welcome to the new year, my friends. I agree with that,
morning, Larry.
Larry. I second that notion.
Hey, Larry. Hey, guys. Everybody in the chat. Morning.
Yeah, yep. Having said that, first day of the calendar year, it's time to get those subscriptions up. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. For those of you who have, we appreciate it. It's great for the network. I personally appreciate it as well. Thanks for everybody being here. I know it's like really instinctively it's still a holiday, right? I mean, we got, you get a lot of folks still have, are off of work or not doing what they're doing yet. We got a great crowd here at NinjaTrader Live. And it's really a testament to, we had Blake Morrow this morning with Tracy and me. We had Pax. We have you two guys. So, thanks everybody for supporting us and being here with us. We have some great content. These guys are both great content providers, great traders. So thank you for those subscriptions. Thumbs up are cool too. Appreciate the thumbs up as well. So thank you for that. And if you're not in the chat, that's cool. Thanks for listening, man. We appreciate you listening to us wherever you are at on God's green earth. So thank you 1,000 times. We're gonna be super strong and pumped up this whole calendar year. New stuff coming out. And it's there'll be some surprises too that I can't speak to yet, but it's going to be awesome, good for everybody. So thank you guys. I am going to dip into the chat right now. XYZ, thank you. Christian, great to see you as usual. I wish you guys the best of luck on your trades today.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, Jim, enjoy your weekend.
Thanks.
Do you know what Jim's talking about?
No, but he can tell us. He can do a three-way with us and tell us what's going on.
Right after the stream, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Hey, maybe you can tell
Yeah,
us.
Jim,
You
Jim,
don't have to
tell
tell the
us.
chat, but you can tell us.
We've got Jim in our ear backstage right now.
God, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Jim.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was a crazy little ripper there.
Yeah, that
sure.
was my main trade too. They just threw me on here. I didn't even know what was happening.
Oh, did you in longs too right now?
No, I was looking for a long, but I wasn't even set up yet. They just threw me on.
Yeah, I know when I saw PAX DC'd and then like they threw you on, I was like, all right, I gotta get my stuff going and get on here. I had to go get my coffee, all that stuff.
I was looking at 630s for my long and it hit pretty much there, 638.
Yeah, you would have bottom ticked it. Yeah, it was a nice just pull back, retest, prior consolidation. Gold started falling again. Yeah, gold can definitely hold 43.50s, 43.40s. Would not be surprised if it does. And then if it does, 44.50s, 44.60s, I think could be the play. Dividend cake. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Is that your first time seeing it or? Hey, Nick, good morning. Good morning. What's the profile on the right? If you're talking about on my 1 hour charts, it's a 5 day rolling, 5 day rolling volume profile.
All right, so we
Yeah,
reclaimed
Phoenix, it's early.
Friday high in NQ. We're above 710s. I'm wondering if we'll have another low volume session still today. If we can hold 710s and really consolidate and form acceptance. I mean, this is just a back test, so it's not acceptance yet. It's just like a initial reaction off the zone. But we need to hold here, form some acceptance, and then see if we can have a sustainable move higher. If not, it can fail and we just consolidate between the morning low and these highs. What levels are you looking at for higher?
Volume profiles don't work.
X, what levels are you looking at for higher?
Well, we already hit the swing, which is what, like 800s or so. They kind of failed that like one, two,
Yeah.
just the third time, but I think we can get to the 850s NQ here. If they can, so what I'm seeing is, low volume from 800 to like 830s. But that also means as soon as the market finds a willing bid, someone willing to buy or people willing to buy through these, the range can be moved through pretty quickly up to 840s, 850s. So I think if we hit 850s, I'm going to cover this last runner up there because that would be, I do very much expect quite an offer to come from the 850s, 860s weekly open because it would be our first time back in a while and we've got a lot of stuck inventory up there. They might want to
Yeah.
get some more sells in. So Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I'll short that.
I want to get out of the longs for sure. Even if it like
850s,
goes through,
860s.
I'm not holding through that.
I mean, ES has resistance as well, but much closer because it's the 840s to 6940s to 6950s is the back test of Tuesday's breakdown. So we are close to resistance on there if we do continue higher. So that's why I'm wondering, maybe we do stay inside day for ES, NQ's already above.
Yeah, this can come down quite a bit from here. This is a lower high we're witnessing here from this same resistance. So that'll take me out of this long here.
We might just dance around 710s here in NQ. Prior day high, what is that, 716?
Yeah, we've got
Yeah, so in order for us to get to like that 850, 860 that XY and I talk about, we need to form some acceptance. So we need the second test here has to hold, and we need to wedge up, consolidate in order for us to create energy for that move. If we fail here, then we can just go back down to the recent low that we made before the open, or no, right at the open. But it might be a range day, and this was my main trade idea. This long down here as well. So now I have to wait and see what else we form.
this is the 9 EMA here. And there's this big, what, 720's price. There's a lot of buying. You can see on the POC here for anyone looking at volume profile. So this is going to be a pretty interesting area to look at for whether they want to be a continuation bid side. ES just bought a lot of size. They've got 800 positive delta, 69.35. So it's definitely an interesting spot. ES and NQ. A lot of upside wicks, both products
Yeah,
on
we
the
did
5 minute.
trigger a 2-minute reversal as well up here. Right off 790s, 800, which was that liquidity area.
Good morning, everybody. Coming into the chat. First trading day of the new year. Hope you guys have a good one. A lot of absorption here.
Yeah, morning all.
I do kind of like this. It's for a long, but I want to give it more time. See
Oh,
if
you
they
close the
really hold
runner?
it. No, my runner got trailed out on the move down. Saw that lower high up there, and I was like, I don't think this survives. So I haven't added anything yet, or I haven't got longs again just yet, but I'm willing. I need to see enough of a turn on the tape. So there's a lot of selling. They just absorbed a lot of it, but they weren't pulling price up really, and the selling is just still really angry. So the tape is really, really angry right now. I'm just kind of waiting.
Fiber optic, what happened? Were you trying to short the lows?
They didn't really make it easy in the morning for sure. Up, down, up, down.
I mean, we had a perfect drop into support 69.18 with RSI divergence here. So that was your indication of reversal. Same thing for NQ here into 630s. New lows in price, and then RSI had, and there was a cumulative delta divergence here. You can see higher low here, and RSI had a higher low. So there was two different ways of understanding the divergences into support, which is what I typically look at. And then you trigger the reversal. You apply your own entry, but that was the move here. Hit 4R. So it looks like we if we were going to stay inside this morning low and these recent highs, we can stay range bound. I have no interest in trading that because I'm still, I kind of think we're still going to see low volume. I don't think people, came back from celebrating just to trade on a Friday.
Yeah, it just happens to be on a Friday. I would also be like, why not just take the week off?
Yeah.
They're not back to their desks yet. Happy New Year, Job.
Fiber, do you create morning plans to plan out your trading? If you start doing that, I mean, Jay as well, guys, if you guys start creating a morning plan to frame location, where you're looking to trade, where you're looking to put on risk, and then how you frame your trade ideas, then, you have to sort of, that helps bring down the over trading because, I mean, of course, you have to follow then the plan. But I really suggest to start creating a morning plan if you don't already, guys. The big change for me this year is just to trade the trade plan, and then that's it, right? If I can get one or two trades, only the first 2-3 hours, and that's it.
Back to VWAP here.
Take care, video, Sarcade. Yeah, you have to. I mean, obviously, you don't have to. Maybe you're some sort of genius and you don't have to create a plan, but I have to create a plan every morning because then I can then execute that plan. And then at the end, I can review whether I executed well, whether I did what I need to do. If not, I can review and say, okay, what did I fail to do? And then you iterate, and then you are able to create better plans. And eventually you do that so much, you're in this feedback loop that now your trade plans are how you trade, where you're looking to trade, and then you just show up and execute that.
Big buyer down here, 660s. How do I implement VWAP in my planning? Well, VWAP it could be as simple as just above and below, right? If we're above VWAP, I'm gonna look to see if the market holds when it comes back to it for upside, vice versa on the downside. Um, like I think you can say that about everything on someone's chart. Zones, levels, MGI, squiggly lines. It really is just, if you're above it, does it hold? What does it mean? If you're below it, does it hold? What does it mean? For me, a strong market, let's just say going upside, right? We had that long that I took off of the sweep of VWAP. They could not really build anything under and just came back into the range, moving up. This giving up VWAP now off of the lower high in the resistance zone. This is not very, what's the word? This is not very convincing of any bid side strength. This should not have occurred where we hold VWAP like this, we rip up to resistance, but we fail it. And coming back to VWAP, it doesn't hold anymore. That is definitely a sign of weakness for me. And so that's why I haven't gotten back into any longs. We've got a really, really, really aggressive sell tape, and the bid has allowed pretty key spots to trade through. And so That's the context I'm working with right now. For me to want to get longs again, it's going to take convincing. It's going to take the market to trade back through spots where they sold aggressively. And for me to take shorts, they're going to have to reject the prior range, which would be in the 670s. If they trade back into the 660s, 670s, maybe even the 680s, to reject this and show me that, hey, look, there's just way too much supply here and we're not willing to bid this anymore, then we'll take it through. But right now, we're just in the middle of what is a pretty key decision. So don't want to get in the way of that. Just let them figure it out. Let them figure out where they want to consolidate, make the next decision from there.
Yeah, we're just all over the place here. Next support here below 630s is 560. We do have prior week low at 608, I think 608, 606, but 560s is a good support area. If ES fails to hold 69.18 and we were back down here at the lows, we can still bounce back up. But if we fail, we have 900, which is prior week low. But it's a pretty ugly chart here on.
The takeaway, you know what it is? It's just Nespresso. But yeah, but I ran out and I had to go find the new shipment. I didn't know where my wife put it, so it took a little bit of time. Um, I was I hopped on backstage to go and hop in with Chris, and then I was like, I'm gonna get coffee real quick. And I was like, where the hell is the coffee? And I had to go find it, and it took a minute. Rejection off VWAP a short signal for me. At this point, so how I use zones, levels, key areas, anything like that is if it keeps trading back and forth between them, they're no longer that significant to me. So, you guys know I use EMAs, and if during a session the EMAs keep getting traded through through the other side, they mean nothing to me anymore. And I'm gonna look to other things to guide me through the market. So right now, I'm not exactly looking for, if price pulls up to short at VWAP. VWAP is pretty dead to me now. It would just be that it's in this zone. What is the zone? The zone is, the gateway to prior distribution that just got totally left behind. More so than it being VWAP. VWAP is dead to me right now.
This daily wedge that we're in, price action is getting tighter and tighter. Probably break out in a week or so. All right, so we're at 560s. We made it down to 560. So I'm gonna share the hourly plan here again. All right, so scenario one was we can hold 630s, we can bounce. We did see that in the morning. We held on the initial push lower and we pushed back up to 800. So scenario one was completed. We're now in scenario two for NQ, which was to push down to 560s, which is this Wednesday support. If we could do that, we could create a higher low against a prior day low, bounce back up. We would, of course, have to reclaim 630s now. Right? It can still act as resistance, reclaim it or reject back down. If we fail to hold here, I myself would need to see some sort of acceptance consolidation to really create a sustainable move lower. But if we can do that, we come back down here into prior day low 410. For ES, we did see the scenario one first, which is a move into 69.18. We reversed, we rejected hard now. We are now close to prior week low, which is scenario two. So we can hold here. Prior week low would be the same support as NQ at 560s. So there's some confluence here that we could potentially hold. But if we do not then ES will probably go and make a new low, and then NQ can come down to prior day low. But both are into some sort of support here that we can see hold for a more traditional higher low against the prior day low. Fiber optics, send me a message on X and I'll send you something to help with your trade plans. I think now that tech is coming down, it's following cyclicals, which banks was well, banks are holding now, but
I
tech,
wanted to
which
look for
was
longs down here, but the market is still just aggressively selling. I don't even want to get in front of this.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
what happened here? What?
I think next would probably be the 520s-ish area. Unless they hold this spot, then maybe a higher low long could be in the cards for me. But I'm just like you, just waiting for something to turn first. Volume profiler. No, I was long into the whole thing, so
Mags are taking a beating. Meta, Microsoft, Amazon having a rough start to the year. Nvidia holding well. Apple, oh, it's tried to break out. Mags are hurting. Cyclicals are hurting. Semis are the only strong sectors at the moment.
so ES is close to its overnight low, but NQ's got some ways to go.
Yeah, ES is hurting. So NQ failed to hold at 560s. We can still see a failed breakdown here, but ES is that prior week low now. ES can come down to 68.90s.
MMXM. Would you like us to be in positions? Is that what you're here for?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, I think people, I mean, there's a lot of gambling streams out there. You guys can go hop onto those if you want to see
Yeah,
perpetual
it's not about
positions.
being in every move. It's what is your plan and trade your plan. The moves will happen.
Take a position off my TP. What a sell. Yeah, this thing is pretty dramatic. Prior day low sweep NQ would be nice to go with ES's.
Uh, Chris, what do you think of ES and NQ dropping, even though several semiconductors names were up this morning by multiple percentage? It just means that, the basket of the overall stocks are weaker, right? Semis are strong, but that's only one component of the overall basket that, ES and NQ represent. So if 80% is down while 20% is up, you can imagine that it's still, and how they're allocated within the ETFs. So, I mean, mags are a pretty big component of the ETFs, and then they're all going down. Cyclicals are weak. Growth names are weak. Semis can only do so much.
We're about 150 points away from the 9 right now, so I am willing to take a move back through. Just honestly waiting for this tape.
Yeah, ES is into prior day low now, 68.93s. We do have a divergence here because NQ's not there
Yet.
yet. It is at the monthly and yearly open, while ES is at prior day low. Do we have any divergences?
Fair markets. No, I didn't short it. I was long into resistance into the 800 mark. So I was in a long runner that trailed out around the 730s. So I did not get the short. It was a good trailing runner, that's for sure though, because as soon as it killed the 730s, this thing just died. Still looking for um a long pullback play towards the 9, but just waiting for the tape first, just being patient with it.
See, that's great. I love his books. I'm glad you're reading them. They changed my trading. All right, we have a new low for ES, no for NQ. We do have a divergence here. 15-minute has some RSI divergences. We can see that bounce now here.
Hoping they pull this back just one more time, but this might be that up move. Want to get a better position.
We haven't even tested the 2-minute 9MA, so we might be bouncing here for that. My entry wouldn't be until we can get above that. So your entry here is probably the best.
We'll see about that. It's higher than I'd like, so I'm only in 3. I wanted to get it closer to mid 80s, which we might get.
Do have 2-minute divergences here.
I have to get out of this here. Yep. I'm gonna wait on this. I want to see a failed attempt to put in a new low, and I'll hammer this right back in.
That looks like the second 2-minute lower high in this drop. So we're doing something like this. So let's say we push down, make a new low, then that can set up the reversal. But I mean, this is on the daily time frame. This is not what we want to see. Like this can open up and move back to the 50 EMA on the daily. Oh, well, NQ. I like it here with you. Is that a
Yeah.
1 minute that you have up?
Yeah, I'm in 6 right now. Trying to see what it does. Fingers on the flatten buttons still. There's a bid that's here. I'm bidding with it, but if it falls through, I'm getting right out of this thing.
This is the third. I'm on the 1 minute now. Lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third. Well, it's attempting. This is a higher low for now. So we can trigger the reversal here. I'll probably join in a 1 minute long with you. If we can create a lower high here against the 9MA.
Let's go a little more so I could peel some off. I'm gonna throw on some take profits. See if we can get that going. It's really violent right now.
So I'm going to look to trade the 1 minute here just for a trade if we can bounce from here. Because either we go make a new 2 minute, 1 minute third lower low, or this triggers a 1 minute reversal back up.
Still bidding same spot, but I need them to buy through. I haven't taken anything off yet, guys. I'm not looking to. I'm
No,
not willing to
this is
long
holding for
lows like
now.
this unless it's for a big move, and I've got to let that play out. So we've still got quite a runway to the 9, about 100 points to the 9 EMA here. Still
Yeah, this
staring at
is
this tape chat, so
yeah,
can't see
ES is a
anything.
bit stronger here against NQ now. NQ's hanging out by the low, so we can make that third lower low on the 1 minute, and then at that point set up the reversal.
Just waiting for the selling to step off. The buying is definitely here. It's whoever steps off first at this point. I really like my position, not because I think it's going to work, but because of where it is. It's where the bid keeps coming in almost exactly. So it's protected for the idea. It's a very protected position for the idea. And we'll see if we can get some covers. I really like that 5 minute close, prior candle, ES and NQ. So it's giving me a bit of a extra confidence in holding this thing. But I want to be able to go down to about half my size soon. Let's see if we can get some covers
Yes,
into the low
reversed
volume spot.
NQ as well. I'm in NQ too. I have a tighter stop than usual in case we reject back down. I have partials at 1.3 R.
So next bit of volume is in the 23s. I'll move my cover a little lower.
Let's see, we get that push into the 9MA now.
Let's see if I can get down to 3 here. Beautiful. Okay. Stop break even. We're looking for 9 EMAs. I'm gonna get completely flat at the 9 if we can get there. Maybe around there.
All right, I took
580s.
great trade. I took half off as well here at 1.2 R probably, and then I'll just trail the rest and see if we can go back to 560s now. But
Where's the
pretty
guy that
much,
was complaining about flat positions?
yeah, where is that? You saw us both now execute with our own different approaches in the same location. And this goes back to my conversation with fiber optic about identifying the location where you're looking to engage and manage risk on that idea. We both found that through our own process. We both executed our entry through our own process. But I think that's a great session right there where you can combine two different approaches to trade the same idea. That's really powerful.
I am getting close to covering this thing. I'm looking for a full cover. They're selling really coming in here. I'm waiting to see when they get continuation. They're not yet, so I'm still holding on to it. But as soon as I think they might, I'm gonna take this all off. So we start trading into like the 5, right under the 530s. I'll take the whole thing off right now. So that's my mark. It's the 530s, 531-ish. Still a jumpy bid there. So to me, if it's a jumpy bid there, shouldn't trade under. If it trades under, I'll get out. Really good. Oof. It's a really good continuation candle off of the prior candle that just closed. So 3-bar reversal, man. That is my favorite thing to see. It's ironic because I'm an order flow trader.
We can push one more high into the 9 MA and 560s.
Yeah.
And NQ,
Really.
I'll look to take more partials there.
ES is running into a wall too. So right now, EMA is 581 for me. I'm looking for the 570s. And then I'll cover this thing. Holding it all.
So it looks like oh no, did we take out part day low? Yeah, we did.
Not on an NQ.
No, and yes, we did. I thought we were gonna remain an inside day, but
I'm gonna sell into the strength here. Let it come up closer to the 570s. I'll just kick it here. So we're flat on the day. That's 100% going to be my last trade, guys. There's 2 really good trades for me. And I'm not gonna play with the market too much. You're doing too much. Yeah, so this whole thing, it is, for whoever hasn't read the playbook, this exact thing is in my playbook too. It's one of the things I do regularly. If we do get some very dramatic extension from the 9, I will look for a catch point. On a high time frame, obviously. Things to turn, tape to turn. You gotta wait for it. One simple thing could be this, right? The tape reader on the bottom. As it's going down, look at the tape. Super angry until it starts to really turn. And as it's turning, we're finally at, an area of interest. Spot right here. So there's added confluence, and then the bid is just flooding in the same spot. So you see me getting a 1 lot, 2 lot, 3 lot, and then I'm adding more as this bid is still showing promise because these prices here, very protected in terms of a stop. I can risk less than 10 on these, right? Better prices, better risk. Do I know it's going to work? No. Like I said earlier, I really like my position, not because I think the trade will play, but because if it doesn't play, I lose very little compared to if it does. For the move back to the 9. So Andres, yes, that is the indicator. It's a tape reader. So it did a good job of just relaying information in a very simple way as the market's moving down, it's still really negative. If you're not using like a DOM or something like that, this can really help. And finally, when the market finds consolidation, it's holding, there's a bid that they cannot just run through. You do see like the tape also starts to turn the other way and then it just moves up. So I might have just top ticked this exit.
Yeah, I took more off. I have 1/4 left. Uh, Questioning if I should do stop at break even or keep it on the rest.
Tim's Haldrick. Go on my Twitter. I have a link with all my stuff. I finally made a link tree. It's my Twitter, it's my YouTube and stuff like that. So now it's easier to just because I don't always remember what they are. So just go on my Twitter, click on my link, and the playbook is in there. Tape Reader is on Ninja. Yeah, I mean we're on Ninja right now. Um, but it is from Order Flow Labs. So go to orderflowlabs.com, go to the free, it's free. So go to the free section, freemium, download it, and it will be in there.
All right, so let me share my process for that now, and I'll just stay in this runners here and see if we can push. So into that area that we were looking at, I highlighted a couple of things, right? ES had taken prior day low, NQ did not, but it was into the monthly and yearly open. So there was a divergence there. Some people call it SMT, but there was a divergence there between ES and NQ at prior day low. On the 15-minute, let me show that here. I highlighted that into that area of interest. We did have an RSI divergence, which showed us that these new lows for me were sort of being met with a stronger opposing force, right? So to me, a 15-minute, any sort of time frame, but a divergence means that there's a probability that we can reverse now. Okay, so I highlighted that. Next, on the 1 minute here, I came down to the 1 minute. I highlighted that we were now into the second lower low, lower high. We were in this 1 minute downtrend, lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. So from you guys who have seen me here for close to a year now, I say that 80% of the time, a trend is over, in this specific case, a downtrend, when we have a second lower low, lower high. 20% of the time, we do make a third lower low or a third higher high. And that's usually like a blow off top, maybe like a climax bottom. And we then trigger a reversal, right? But the point is that 80% of the time, the trend is over. So what I'm combining is a higher time frame point of interest, which was the prior day low for ES, divergence with NQ at the monthly yearly open, 15-minute divergences, and then the combination of a lower time frame trend completion, right? Because I am a trend follower, I am looking to then participate in the trend away from a certain area. So what do I need? I need to wait for the trend in that lower time frame to end, because when it ends, what do we then trigger? Instead of a lower low, lower high, we then trigger a higher high, higher low, higher high, which is what we're seeing now, right? So this is trend following 101. The downtrend ended on the 1 minute into a point of interest. So then what did I take? I took an entry long at the break of the last lower high, which was right here. So if you go back and review this, you had lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. We rejected, right? This is where we should have made a new low. Instead, we bounced back up, created another lower high. Hey, guess what? We didn't reject to make a new low. And at this point, ES was starting to climb up already here. So you had an indication of strength. And so that got me in the trade, different from what XY covered, but you can see both approaches work very well. And now this runner's paying me well. I'm up 100 points. We'll see. We did reclaim 560s now to see if we can continue higher, but that's pretty much a fantastic combo between XY and I with our different approaches, both thinking the same idea.
Yeah, it's always like, hey, what strategy to use? What strategy to use? They all work, guys. If you manage your risk, any strategy is going to work. And a lot of times you'll find that whether you trade this or that, or ICT or volume profile that really very much so does not work, apparently, you'll be in the same spots or look for the same positions with just minor differences. But it's just the way the market is read,
Yeah.
you know, in various different and trading styles, it's probably going to align.
Yeah. And this is what I mean, this is really why we're here, right? Because that comment that the other guy made, that we had no positions. Look how we framed this idea. Look how we prepared for this idea. Look how we allocated the risk for this idea. You need to do that consistently, right? That comes from your planning as well. We don't just show up here and trade what we think can happen. Like, we need to identify a location, understand the environment, see if our entry parameters are met, right? That's what can help all of you guys. And it's really the reason why we're here, to do this and show you guys how we can consistently do this. And we're not always making, profitable trades.
Yeah, just because the market's moving doesn't mean you need to be involved. Our job is to exploit certain things, certain factors that can give you edge. And if there's nothing there to exploit, well, there's nothing to do. If you want to flip a coin, you can go do something else, right? It's You're not getting paid overtime just by constantly being in trades. You're making more money, your equity curve looks better when you're making trades when you should be and not making trades when you shouldn't be. Making the money is so easy. Getting winning trades, profitable trades is so easy, but the hard part is keeping that. And if you want to keep that, you can't just try to move with the market whenever the market's moving, right? On the way down, if it were, I don't want to be a streamer with no position on, well, what am I going to do? I'm either going to buy it or I'm going to short it. Well, if I were looking to buy it, that would be insane. It would be insane at that point. And if I'm looking to short, well, where would I put my risk? I have no idea. My chart, my strategy, everything did not provide anything for me to put my risk at, right? This was new. This is price discovery for the day. Volume is building as it's going. I don't have any references for the risk. It's not pulling back. It's just going. So that would be a gamble, right? There was nothing that we could have done.
Yeah, it's all about how you manage your risk. Or, I mean, for me, I think for XY as well, it's trade location. You first have to identify that location, because that can have the highest probability of the opposing party flipping, and it's just about executing with your approach.
Yeah, well, he's since gone now. I don't know where the guy went.
Yeah, not showing up anymore. I don't think he has RSI on his chart. I have RSI, which is this purple line.
The indicator at the bottom is tape reader.
Oh, you do have something under. Okay.
Yeah, I have something under, but it's not RSI,
yeah. Hey Chris, how big of a lower high has to be for you to count as a leg? You look at percentage. No, it's into the 9 MA. So, and that's a good question here, because sometimes we'll have a lower low, lower high very close together, right? But and those are actual lower low, lower highs. But you're not supposed to count them, because you're counting the structure along a rising or downward 9 MA. So in this example, you can see that price kept going lower. Where's the bounce into the 9 MA? There's none, right? So you can't count that. If you do, it'll just be artificial. But I don't see that here. There's no bounce. What happens when we get to 560s and try to hold? We do bounce. We hit the 9 MA, we reject. So you have to wait till those touches happen. Now, price can go a little bit above it, a little bit below it. It can be an exact touch, but it's as long as you have that. Another rule of that I have is that these consolidations into the 9 MA are 4 to 6 candles. So if it's like a 2 candle touch, I wouldn't count that. For example, here, this to me is not a 9 MA touch, because this is only 3 candles, right? You go 1, 2, 3, and then rejection. I would say 1, 2, and then a third candle rejection. What happens here? You have 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth candle rejects, and that to me meets the candle count requirement, and therefore that's a lower high consolidation. Yeah, that's correct. Smart. Trade what you see. Thanks, Racer.
Well, after
XY,
all
you're not
that,
in a trade again?
I've heard
How
enough.
dare
Say
you?
less. Let me find something. Yeah, gold hit that the 43.40s. Seeing if this can hold here. If it does, could be a pretty decent move through. I will not be participating in any more trades
Yeah,
to the
I'll
other
move my
guy's
stop up.
dismay.
If we come back down below this last higher low, then I'll just draw my stop and then I'll call it. Yes, Italian guy, you can say this was a 9MA short. But again, just because the trend fails or starts in any part of the chart doesn't mean that that's a viable trade, right? It has to align with overall structure, environment, the day. We were at a key support, so it made sense. A lot of back and forth. Am I going to buy single stocks right now? I'm already long single stocks. I'm long TSM. I'm long Nvidia. I was long Amazon. I had to close it on this reversal back down.
Getting a lot of questions about this indicator at the bottom.
All right, I
Guys,
got trolled out of my.
Well, you're still in that long?
I got trolled out on the last quarter.
Off the swing right here, huh? Guys, this is called Tape Reader from Order Flow Labs. It is free, so go on orderflowlabs.com. This is not CVD. It is just Tape Reader, so an aggregate of quite literally the time in sales.
Would I add to Amazon? No, I closed it. We had a failed breakout today. I gotta wait for it to set up again. How much room do you give your trade when you trail? Well, I consider myself an hourly trader with a lower time frame entry model. So I'm looking to capture multi-hour trends. So I give my trades a lot of room. And a lot of you guys don't like that. But because we are seeing a pretty big flip across mags and the overall market, I just raised my stop so I could get out of it. That's probably it for me too.
I think we did. I think we did well. Just because the market's still in motion doesn't mean you've got to be involved. I'm off to a really good start for the year. I want to keep it that way.
Yeah, I can focus on swings now.
How do you know your strategy edge and how much edge does it have? Back testing, forward testing, journaling, data collection. And it's not one of those four things. It's all four of those things. Yeah. There's a good amount of work that needs to be put in for something even as simple as that.
Yeah,
Just seeing if it has edge.
you just have to do it all. It's like when they say, what book of the author should I read? All of them. Why would you only limit yourself to one? Same thing with doing all the work that goes into getting better at this, back testing, forward testing, journaling, because you have to iterate, right? It's not just like a one-step thing. You have to do that and then correct your mistakes, see where you can hold trades longer, see what's stopping you from holding those trades longer, and then you iterate and do it again.
Yeah, and there's like different permutations of each thing that can happen. It's just so much nuance. Vins says that guy was here calling the market, got it wrong. Leo and Salma made fun of him, and he left for about 2 weeks. Now he's back. Who? Who are
Oh,
you
is that the
talking
same
about?
guy?
Who are you talking? Some people take the internet way too seriously, man. It's crazy. Standard settings, standard. I just threw it on a 1 minute, so it's on a literally 1 minute setting standard. Nothing fancy. Yeah.
Same guy. Hey, Chris, how about a failed leg? How much room of, well, hey, easy there.
Oh, the same guy that said this is the no position stream.
How about a failed leg, big bar combination of a lot of, ask that question again, local. I don't understand. Like a failed leg, like if you're looking for a long or you're in a trade.
Please explain setup of the red and blue bars. I've got a lot of red and blue bars going on, so you're gonna have to tell me which one it is. Fractal. This can definitely be a hold. High or low, yes. Little sweep NQ. Longs might be good. Mr. ICT, trading's going well. Hope it's the same for you.
Oh, wow.
The bid is
Hello,
pretty
hello.
jumpy.
We're going up or down, ICT. What's the next move here?
Well, I need to get more coffee because I'm out of coffee, so I need to get business duck to take my seat for a second. And you guys can call markets together for just a bit.
I'll draw some proprietary stuff while you're out.
Not the super special ones, all right?
Let me see.
I think I gave the Bronto one out a little too early. Black coffee, yes.
All right,
Production.
so let me share the hourly scenarios again now that we've have more update. Quack. All right, so scenario one, I highlighted that, right? That was the first test in the morning. It held, we bounced, and then it failed. Scenario two was for ES, if we can come back down here to prior week low or 6890s. We did have an initial bounce, which is what X, Y, and I participated in. Wow, Jesus, this down candle on the hourly. Look at that. Straight down. Well, these scenarios are over now, so they're deleted. Okay, so for NQ, the idea was that scenario 2.1, if we could not hold 560s, we can get a push down lower. I didn't draw an up here, but of course that's the thinking here. Now, since this is a good example here when my scenarios for the day are sort of over because we're having some sort of maybe outlier day. So the next idea here would be, okay, if we are going to see a big breakdown from this prior day low, then we need to set acceptance here. Why do we need acceptance? Because we have had a pretty nasty move lower. So you have to think of what's sustainable now, right? Is the same kind of move. Can we expect that moving lower here? Is it as sustainable? No, because now we need to consolidate this drop and maybe get some multi-hourly consolidation. That's what will create acceptance on the hourly time frame. And then that's what I can then rely on to say, okay, we can start a new hourly lower low, lower high structure into the big 25,100 area. If we cannot do that, then I have to think that there's still a chance that we can bounce, and then we create that acceptance, right? Because we need that. We need to consolidate now. We've exerted a lot of energy here. On the 5 minute, we're at the lower low, lower high, second lower low. So going back to my trend structure lesson here, either we're seeing a second lower low and then the trend is over, which means we can reclaim 400 and then create that hourly consolidation, or we make a third lower low, we hold here, we bounce, we reject into prior day low, third lower low, and then maybe at this point we hold somewhere down here, 300-ish, and then we create that multi-hourly consolidation. But this is very bearish action. There's no trade for me here now. I need to wait for some consolidation, some extended consolidation, to then execute another trade.
Edge alert. Look at gold. Key spot for gold coming up. Cool candle. Very cool candle. And on NQ 1 hour. Is this even legal?
Yeah, what a drop, huh? After such a big bounce overnight.
Crazy. Yeah, what? This is insane. Today was it's a good example of the difference between calling a market and actually making money off of it. Sometimes you can call it and you can't make money off of it executing. Today, I've been on the wrong side of the market for the entire day, and I made plenty. There's a huge difference between calling the market and executing the market. Both my trades were longs, and the market has just been dying.
Yeah, this is the big breakdown for the market. Like, this is similar to the top we had in December of 2021 and February of 2025 of this year. Similar exact daily and weekly structure. At what level would I go long? I mean, that 400 area prior day low was a pretty big one. We have another support at 250s, 250, 260s. And then the next major one is 25,110. But why am I still in the 1 minute?
Yeah, I agree with chat here. ICT has to like and subscribe and show proof.
Well, I think he is subscribed if he's typing in the chat, no? It's subscribers
yeah,
mode
that's
only.
right. Subscribers only, huh? Goes to show what little I know.
You have to like every stream ICT, all right?
Every stream, all the time, every day. Hey, good morning, Reginald. Thank you for your emotes. They're always appreciated.
All right, well, I got to look at my swings here. Big breakdown in tech. Let's see, write this down. Okay, I closed that.
Morning, Shab.
Hey, Shab. So remember, guys, this is the second low on the 5-minute. So going back to my trend comments here, we're a low, lower high, second lower low. So either here, hold here and can bounce back up to try and reclaim 4/10, which is, I believe that's where prior day low, no? Yeah. A hold here, we'll probably go back and bounce to that area. And then we can either make a third lower low or we hold and then bounce back up. But it's a big sell-off. Today's move is confirming the breakdown that we experienced on Wednesday. And this is a big, I mean, at this point, I would say it's a big topping pattern in the indices, similar to January 2021.
Today. Look at this daily candle, dude.
Yeah. So at this point, I think we can see the bottom of the daily wedge that we're in. This is how it looks. So we failed to hold 480s 500 on the daily. So now we're coming down to test the bottom of the wedge that we're in. But you can see that the higher high, higher low from the reversal, higher high, higher low failed, and we triggered a daily 9 AM reversal lower. So obviously sellers are in control. We're going to come back down here. And then if we can't reclaim and bounce, then we're just going to see we can see a big push down lower, similar to 20 or the top of this year. You have your first higher high, higher low. It failed and pushed lower. And then January 2021, where is it? Right here. Same exact topping pattern. Yeah, your consolidation, right? Your breakout, your first higher high, higher low, it failed, and that triggered a reversal move lower. So we're seeing a big daily filled breakout inside the weekly wedge, and we are in real time seeing the rejection from that.
Sandy, yes, the indicator is on painting the tape.
Wow, a lot of growth names taking a hit.
With this kind of move, yeah, we're about almost 500 range. That was a pretty nice 9 EMA rejection too. Trapped a lot of volume when they peeked through. Did not see this coming though.
Yeah, I would say December. Yeah, December 2021, January 2022. That's when that top took place.
Someone said, "What did I say at the start? Short, short, short. You must be a millionaire." The FOMO is strong. Yeah, I mean it's quite a move down. That's still moving for now. They could probably pull this back again towards the 9 and dial over again. Who knows?
Well, Tao, there are two answers to that. One, if the trade was part of your plan, it set up well, it made all your requirements, and you took it and it paid you well, right? You made your points. you can't really say anything negative about that. That trader showed up, executed their plan, made their points, and got out, right? So from that standpoint, that's what was done, and it was executed perfectly from both X, Y, and I. So it doesn't matter if it's a little bounce. It doesn't matter. It's there's consistency in that approach with planning, executing, and all of that. The second answer is, yeah, sometimes you can have an idea of the larger time frame trend, and that's what I personally look to participate in. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't know if it'll hold or not. But as long as you're trading your plan, that's all that matters. Price action can do what it wants, but the consistency that someone can find is and how you execute your plan. And if somebody's making money month to month, then it doesn't really matter what anybody else says. They're executing what they need to.
Yeah, I think there's too much of an emphasis, or there's too much there's like a crazy touchdown dance culture with being right in the markets and like being directional. I've been wrong all day, guys. You guys saw both of my trades. They were both longs, incredibly wrong on the like the overall market read. But there's a difference between trading to be right and trading to make money. In both of my trades, very particular setups, outlined very particularly. It wasn't, as price went into that zone, I'm thinking, okay, this now. Like, no, I framed it entirely well before I got into the trade, well before the trade even got to the location. Making money and being right, very different things. A lot of people can sit here and call the market to the T, ask them for their execution. Now ask them to do it live. It will be a different story. What up, Market Mommy? You might have come at the it's a little polarizing here in the chat today.
Yeah.
It's a little spicy. It's a little bit of spice for the new year.
Do you draw out your structure? Yeah, it's the first trading day of the year, guys. Come on. Be happier.
Oh, I'm happy.
Trying to attack us.
I can't complain. I don't think anyone's attacking us.
Do I draw out my structure scenarios at all different time frames? Which time frame do you use to form your day trade structure? It's the hourly. The hourly is where I create the scenarios and the structure that I follow. I consider the daily, the 4 hour, the hourly, and then I trade on the 2 or the 5 minute. The hourly, I create the scenarios because I'm an hourly trend trader with a lower time frame entry model. All right, so we're rejecting from the 2 minute. No, sorry, the 2 minute. But I gotta go to the 5 minute. At this point, it looks like we're gonna get to 250s in NQ. And ES can go to 68, 68.
Are you really black belt in Taekwondo? Yeah, things were getting too dicey. I had to call my crazy cousin in here,
Big breakdown in a lot of names in the equity space.
You got that right, fiber optic. There's no way. It's illegal for us to. But this is pretty scary. I mean, shit. 510 range now. "12 years Taekwondo." Hey, watch what you guys say, man. She might be a little out of service for a bit. I heard she got a boo-boo from skateboarding, so. Do I have a specific time reset used for recent bid ask? It's set to 10 seconds as a standard, but if I'm really trying to key in on a trade, I will manually reset it. So there should be a hotkey too. Everyone should use a hotkey to manually reset when you need to. But for me, it's 10 seconds of price leaving that range. not just like every 10 seconds you get new prints. That would be too crazy.
What MAs am I using on short-term and long-term charts? It's all the same thing. The markets are fractal. So I use the 9MA on all time frames. I mean, that doesn't change. And then the 20 and the 50 EMA.
Reginald, you've got more emojis than words in there. I love it.
All right, so we're setting up to trigger another 2-minute reversal here. So this is the 5-minute lower low, lower high, right? So don't forget this. And then on the 2-minute, we have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, failing here, attempting to fail here. So now we can see a reversal back up.
It's a nice little sweep down there. Back to the 9, and then they'll make another choice. Friday low too. No, I don't trade YM. The only indexes I trade are ES and NQ, but it would be mostly NQ. YM is
Oh,
easy and
ES is
clean.
stronger, yeah, because of YM now. So the trade was along in ES. Let's see here.
Maybe I gotta start looking at YM. Oh, ES is pretty clean off the low too, from an 8-tick Renko perspective. You just see selling straight into buying.
Remember, guys, what I said about the 5-minute here, we were going into the second lower low. So it made sense that we were now going to get a bounce into the 5-minute 9MA, which is what we're getting here. We have our, oh, come on. Lower low, lower high, second lower low, and we're bouncing back to 410s, maybe the prior day low, to test the 9MA again to form the second lower low. So from here, either we reject and make a third lower low, and that would be the final sort of low on this 5-minute structure, or this rejection creates a higher low, and the internal structure of this creates a wedge. So that means on the 2-minute, the internal structure, this can look like a wedge. So let's see if it does that, and then let's see if there's a viable opportunity there for a long. If not, we go make a new low, right? So let me draw this out here, and then maybe at that point we do set up a much better bounce, but both are holding here so far. And,
Alvin,
yes, is stronger.
Alvin Nessis. Go to my Twitter profile, and there's going to be a link. I do explain how I use pull stack in there. So just click that link and find the playbook. I even made fancy gifts for you guys. But Chris, you have a really, really urgent question. It is in all caps.
Oh, Jesus.
Very, very urgent. Emergency. You have to answer it now or he
SOS.
will die.
Let's see. You need a higher low than trade the break of the previous lower high.
But you have to
Yes.
scream it. You have to scream it. You're
You need. So yes, let me explain why a higher low. A higher low would, and I'll go over the structure that X, Y, and I traded earlier on the 1-minute, so you can get an idea of that. So when we traded this long earlier, we had a low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. From that second lower high, we need to reject and then either make a new low, right? That is trend following 101. Like you put in a low, you bounce into the declining moving average, and then from there you're to make a new low if we are to continue. After this initial rejection, it becomes a higher low because we then bounce. We don't proceed to a new low. We bounce back into the 9MA, and then we reject again and hold again, and then we trigger the reversal. Another way to look at this is the consolidation around the 9 EMA is acceptance. Why is it acceptance? It's because the rejections from here, the 9 EMA, to then here again, are now failing to produce new lows. It did it here, right? It did it here again. No, sorry, the second time it didn't. So now you have a higher low. This is acceptance. This is a much lower time frame. This is the 1 minute. Think of like a 30-second or 15-second chart. This is acceptance of this moving average. We're no longer rejecting lower. We're now holding it. Buyers are stepping up, and then that's essentially a higher low. And then you trigger the reversal. So if you go back to the structure on the 5 minute here and try and compare the same, I know I have a lot of drawings here now, but you have the 2 minute lower low, lower high now in place, right? Lower low, lower high, second lower low. And then this bounce is rejecting, which in 5 minutes, that's probably the 5 minute lower high. Now what you want to see is the same. Do we fail to make a new low, bounce back up to the 5 minute 9 MA, consolidate, and then maybe set up the reversal again? So then you have to, again, go to the lower time frame, the internal structure, and say, what is that structure going to be? Well, that's going to be a wedge. Sellers are moving lower from here to here. But guess what? Buyers are now moving higher from here to create that higher low. And now you have a negotiation that takes place, and then a new trend, a new 9 MA, this black line, a new 9 MA up here or down here, right? But that's the best example I could give of trend following 101 and what happens when we continue, when we fail to continue. How does the trend reversal look like, right? Like I just went over that: trend continuation, trend reversal, acceptance to confirm trend reversal. And right now we're seeing a rejection. So when you're sort of waiting here and say, okay, where do I execute? Well, you need to have confirmation that we're going to create a higher low. Well, what is that confirmation? Well, first we find a swing low here. We reclaim the 9 MA. We have to reclaim that, right, to bounce back up. If we don't, then we know that we can continue lower. So it's always an interaction around the 9 MA across every time frame that I'm looking at.
Okay, is Market Mommy must be lying because she said we only have 370 likes. Say it ain't so.
Yeah, we need at least
Say it ain't so.
1,700 guys for the session XY and I dropped. Banger of the year already.
Two of them. I'm tempted to get into another long down here. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm sorry, takeaway. That's funny.
Hey, good morning, Salma. I'm gonna try to scale into longs in this range. Start with about half, just 3 lots. Supposed to be done trading after the 2 winners. I know, but I think we
Yeah, the 2 minutes triggering a reversal. I like it as well. The 5 minute is, so this is that negotiation that's taking place now. The entry, let's see if we can come back to this entry here. And then I can look for long as well.
All right. Well, I only got 3 lots on, so they didn't really come back for my scales, but at least it's going, making a little bit extra money.
ES is leading. It's close to that, to a new 2 minute higher high now.
Salma, I've been firing like 6 and 8 all day. It's been really nice. But you got to be careful scaling in. The last trade I had to scale in on the 6. I'm gonna go risk free on
The
this.
20 and the 50 EMA make up the cloud. So we're inside a 5 minute 9 MA consolidation now. Lower low, lower high. And on the 2-minute, the internal structure, we did reclaim the last lower high here. So that did trigger a internal reversal back up, which confirms the 5-minute consolidation. So now if the 5-minute reclaims the lower high here, which is this this high here at, what is this, 404 area-ish, then we can trigger a 5-minute reversal. So I'm watching here, but I think, you know, the entry that XY has is the best here on the lower time frame.
Hopefully it's good enough not to come back to it, because my position would be taken off. They're taking a bit of time up
No,
here.
I like it. I like it.
Chris likes it.
ES is already above prior day lows. There's a lot of strength in ES from RTY and cyclicals or YM. NQ still below 410s prior day low, but maybe this push gets it above there.
Really nice 5-minute close. High or
5-minute
low?
9 MA lower high here now. So, I mean, been able to, you know, walk you guys through this. I share that the second lower low, we can see a low, or we reverse back up, and we're in that now. Lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high. So now we're attempting a reclaim of the 9 MA lower high that can trigger a push back up above prior day low. And then the internal structure is a wedge here. You say you're out?
No. But I need you guys to lift more offer here.
Guys, the more we like the stream, the higher price will go.
Yeah, they might actually take me out break even. They're doing too much. They're doing too much right now. I need Market Mommy to throw another 1,000 off for me. I'll pay you back, I swear. Go lift another 1,000 loss on the offer.
I'm talking dirty again. Hey,
Yeah,
talk dirty to
1K,
me.
not enough. Dude, that's such a good clip, man. All right, that's it. No more lower prices. They made the choice. You're doing too much, these sellers.
This is good. We're doing what we need to. We're holding. We're near the top of this sort of wedge structure. We just need to push right through it. I do like along here. I might do a one with tight risk.
We're moving. Yeah, finally.
See if we can push out.
I don't like what they just did to me for sure. Came about 5 points from my first few exits. I'll die with this break even. It's fine. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, I have a very tight stop. I'm not giving it much room.
Nine EMA is a wall, yeah.
This is where we need to push out from if we are to go out up.
They are definitely trying to buy this. I really hope they get what they want, or it's going to be really nasty. Literally tapped my exit. There you go. All right, we're down to 2 now. Looking for 435s next. Bid. Like the stream, like the stream, like the stream. We've got 3
we
winners
need more
today.
likes, guys. It's working. Prior day low is at 428. Okay, we can get a push now to prior day low. We just need some volume to come in. It's acting iffy.
I do think we will trade back into the 440s. I just don't know if it will be from this low here or they're going to go back lower. But I do have some pretty decent conviction that we'll trade the 430s, 440s again. So if they take the rest of my position break even here, I'm willing to take more longs.
Wait, you sound really far away. I don't know if that's just me.
Me? I don't know. How's my audio, guys? Better now? Oh, my bad.
All right, I closed mine. It's not gonna go. Or maybe it holds now and creates a higher low, and my stop was too tight, which means yours will push out here.
I don't really like that low push too much. There's like 2 points worth, like 10 ticks of just 0, 0, 0, 0 on NQ's price. Usually those will trade again. I hope it doesn't, but would not be surprised if we trade below 365s here, which would likely take out the rest of my position. Willing to get back in longs though, if that happens, if they give me something, because looks like they do want to fill in some volume to the 440s, but we will see. Just follow the tape.
We're stuck at that 5-minute 9 MA.
I know that 90 MA it's thick. What's your take on Wednesday POC acting as resistance for ES? Well, if a POC is acting as resistance, it's pretty much all the information you would need, right? A POC can only be created by a lot of volume. A lot of volume means two-way tape. There's bid and there's ask in there. And if a POC is resistance, it means that particular spot, that volume area is telling you pretty directly that there are a lot of sellers in there. Interest in selling that range is very high. And that's just the matter of the fact. It doesn't have to be anything fancier than that. It's just that range has a lot of sellers. And when price gets into that range, what do they do then? Do they start to aggressively buy on the tape? If they do, they better get what they want, right? Or else it's going to fall right back down. And if they do, if they clear that spot, do they continue to press the bid upwards? They need to be able to do that to build volume higher, which shows interest. Otherwise, it won't sustain and it will liquidate. So I would just see it as, look, if there's a distribution, POC or not, that's acting as support resistance, whichever way the market is going from that distribution, those are the stronger participants. And if it's resistance, then there is more sell interest than buy interest in that particular range. And you can make your choices accordingly with that information. So they came down, they cleaned up those prints, the 65s, traded a little lower. 90 MA is for real.
Yeah, rejecting so far, but we're just consolidating. We're having that negotiation here inside that second lower low on the 5-minute. Lower low, lower high, second lower low. We rejected. We're creating another higher low. So as long as these higher lows keep holding here, then we can push out. And all we're seeing right now is a little bit of chop before we do push out.
When we sell like this, do high volume nodes above still remain valid, or do you assume those positions puked? I think everything is valid in terms of recent info, right? So if you're talking about today's, are you talking about today's or like the other profiles or whatever? Because I think today's is
Yeah, there you
still
go.
valid. That's the reason my second take profit is right before the edge of the next node upside. If price is building volume and it keeps going lower, it means every node is finding that there is more sell interest than buy interest. So if we go back up towards a node that showed us there's more sell interest than buy interest, I'm going to assume that that's still the case until proven otherwise. I'm not going to assume or speculate that the market all of a sudden, what was super sell before, all of a sudden it's going to be, no sell now. I'm going to take my second loss. I'm going to go down to one here, put a break even on the stop and see how far this can go. Um, but
Nice
yeah,
hold.
it's going to be valid info right now. So I was looking for a price to move back towards the 440s. Why? Well, because this is going to be the next node and it was thin on volume. So if they're going to be willing to trade above 400s, the volume's thin enough to go to the 440s. They went back to what, 427s. And now as they're testing that prior range, you see this is quite a drop from there. Exhaustive, right? We've got two sets on the DOM of a
Wow,
distribution,
what happened
and
here?
both of them had buying. They're trading right under them right now. So recent information is always valid, especially if it is volume build. Yeah, hope that helps. Hope that helps. So there's a lot of selling coming in right here, 400s range. The market wants to bid. They're going to have to hold against this, and that would actually be very key. But the tape is like really pissed off at this price. I don't know. There's a lot of
I mean, this
selling.
is where we need to create the higher low here out of this 2 minute wedge, higher high, higher low, and then higher high.
Yeah, so holding this recent, so this is another thing that's a pretty drastic shift. The market's been rewarding selling all day. This is the first time since making way lower lows that selling did not get rewarded. It just happened right now. They tried
Yeah.
to really sell into this range. Huge, heavy, heavy, heavy selling. And instead of collapsing through as it did the whole way down, it actually held this time. That's a change in the dynamics of order flow right now for me. And if I were flat and I was thinking, okay, maybe we can get an offer somewhere, that's completely off the table for me because of what just happened. That was pretty crucial information right there. Selling finally going unrewarded, and that wasn't just like a little pullback selling. Like they really tried to sell that. They sold the shit out of it. So
Yeah, I tried to buy that. I don't think I pressed the buy button correctly, or maybe
that
around
was like
it.
super dicey because that's heavy sell. Yeah, it's a tough buy for sure. But I mean, hopefully
I don't
that's
think my
the
order
last
will
of
get
it.
filled.
Norse, Happy New Year, man. Good morning. Yeah, this is the 400s to like 395. Super,
All right, I
super.
have a tiny, tiny stop to see if this high low holds. If not, I'm out. If not selling, we'll continue, but just try to hold here.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. All right, so since the higher low is not gonna hold, then we're just gonna remain choppy to me, and I probably don't want to engage in this area. But if you're long from the lows, then you're probably good.
High risk reward if you are. Anyone who's long at the lows.
Pretty nasty sell-off in software today, guys. I just saw that. Wow, Palantir destroyed.
How down is Palantir?
Uh, 3% today, but since the big rejection, it's down 13%. Yeah, we're seeing rotation.
Daniel says we are going to drop another 300 points. So that's a little violent. It's pretty violent.
And this is a pretty big failed breakout in spies. We just need to see if we have follow through. But similar scenario as December 2021, January 2022.
So 70 lots just popped up on NQ 389s. They bought through it, which shows there's still intention to buy, but it really depends what they get above that price now. And they're below it.
25,000 today.
Are you that must be a question for you. Someone says, "Hello, what is indicator red?" Maybe talking about your EMAs.
Yeah, I have this the 20 it's an EMA cloud between the 20 and the 50 EMA. Yeah, it ain't it's just choppy here now. It's not something I want to engage in. The volume seems to have died.
The
Oh,
buying actually just got murdered up there.
The first 2-3 hours, I would say up until this weekend, it's just better to stop trading after that. May I meet you? I try to meet everybody and nobody wanted to.
No, go chat. You gotta ask Market Mommy. She likes when guys approach her like that. Go ask her, chat. Like she literally can't say no. Falls for it every time. Oh yeah, Gene. Just looking at order flow. Yeah.
Yeah, big breakdown today in markets, in tech world. Markets off to a rough start. I am alive in the semi worlds. That's what's keeping me afloat on the swing trading side, but it's been challenging few months on the swing trading side. It's been very choppy.
Looks like
New year, new goals, right, guys?
New year, new me.
There's mullets in Silver Lake.
Yeah, I don't know if Market Mommy's aware now. There are plenty of mullets here now. It's in.
Go to
The
Echo Park,
chat is going crazy right now.
Echo Park, Silver
You
Lake,
guys gotta chill.
Venice.
Yes, no, mullets are definitely in it, especially among the hipsters. Yeah, they're bringing the mullet and the stash back.
All right, this is just chop for me, guys. There's nothing for me to do.
They came so close to my break even stop. Might still kill me, but I hope they don't.
Bitcoin's strong, breaking above that daily wedge now. You guys trade Bitcoin futures?
Any Bitcoin futures traders in the chat?
Chris, when you enter your orders, enters according to the risk reward template of your indicator. My ATM strategy is for a 30-minute stop, which is for my approach, the average stop, in the studies that I've done, the average stop is between 25 to 35 points. So I just do a 30-point automatic stop, and then I adjust the risk reward indicator to that. And then that way I know sometimes it'll be 25 points, right? Sometimes 35. And then I'll adjust the entry in the stop risk reward indicator to factor out the R multiples for me. And then I'll trade that. Yeah, lower. We had a 2-minute failed breakdown here, guys. Higher high, higher low, failed. That's a failed breakout against the wedge consolidation. And now we're moving lower. So if we are at the second lower low, lower high of the 5-minute, this is where we see if we do go make a third lower low, or this becomes a higher low. And then again, if it is a higher low, which most likely can be, we're just going to chop up and consolidate until we either push out or go make a new low. But this is that exact consolidation structure I brought up when I shared this hourly plan again. Because I was sharing that this move saw a pretty big move, and now we need to consolidate, right? Because we can't have a sustainable move lower to 25,100 unless we consolidate some of this recent drop. And that's exactly what's happening now. And that consolidation is chop. So now you need to wait and see, okay, well, what's this 5-minute internal structure of that hourly consolidation? Well, it's a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Can we come in and create a higher low? That chop eventually becomes a wedge structure. You eventually have clarity on the direction once enough time has passed. And then you have a move higher or lower that you can execute on.
Chris, how the hell did the chat start talking about tool brands?
Ooh, brands.
Also,
When did we
also
talk
Richie
about
Rich,
that?
I respect that. Hey, Harbor Freight is there for you when the funds are tight. That's for sure.
Wait, what do they?
I don't know. They start talking about Milwaukee, and they're like, well, Richie Rich is like, nah, that's too rich for
DeWalt?
my blood. I'm Harbor Freight. They start talking about DeWalt. Looks like Fractal found his way into Market Mommy's DMs.
Oh, so he met her.
Not before asking to meet her. My dad is Yeah, Richie Rich is you're a cultured man, I could tell. I can tell.
You're right, Eric. No acceptance above prior day low. That is key. We saw rejection there, pretty much exactly at prior day low, and we rejected. We need acceptance 410 to prior day low in order to set up a move higher. Yeah, good volume today.
Today was nice, definitely.
But probably, I think we can just be choppy now for a few hours.
Just trying to figure out their feelings down here is all.
Yeah, CK. I have the 1 hour and then the 5 and the 2-minute up. I look to capture hourly trends with a 2 or 5-minute entry model. So you can imagine, because I'm waiting for hourly sort of setups, I'm not, I can't scalp like XY does really well. I need to wait for an hourly structure that I recognize and then execute on with a 2-minute. I mean, today, the long that XY and I took, I did it on the 1-minute.
It's a good day when both of us are making money.
You do Vegas and New Year's?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm usually
Oh,
at
you
home
left
for.
before New Year's?
Yeah, I left.
Weren't
New
you there
Year's
on the
was what,
30th when you were streaming?
Thursday, Wednesday? I left on Tuesday, right after the midday market stream. Went home. I'm usually at
Mm.
home for New Year's, just chilling, nothing crazy. I don't remember the last time I actually went out like and partied for New Year's. Is at home. I mean, you start getting sleepy by like what, 10 o'clock? Market Mommy still in the show. Well, can't complain. Hit the likes. Hit the likes if you guys want to talk to Market Mommy. Oh, look, puppy. Hey, if you guys don't hit the likes on this, you know what it is. They have a soundbite. If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies. That's the
There you go.
one. Bring him up, bring him up, bring him up.
Say hi.
Oh yeah, hit the likes for all you guys. Yeah, if you guys are puppy hitters, Jim will send the goons out for you
He does look
Make
like
the
that
right choice.
emoji puppy. Let him plays a woof trade. We do need a bag of ninja doggy treats.
Hey Jake, if you like it, make sure you hit the like.
His
Okay,
name's
Market
Ollie.
Mommy's banned.
Sure.
You're gonna have to ban her for that.
All right, so pretty choppy here. Nothing to do.
They're just trying to figure out what they want to do with this range,
Why not?
building this volume
You're
here.
not alone. You're not alone. Don't worry.
As long as they're goats, not puppies. Yeah, likes were looking a little thin, so Chris had to bring out the big guns, you know?
Yeah, like it up for
Like it up for
what likes
Ollie,
are we at?
man. If you guys don't like it, he's never gonna let you guys see Ollie again. That's how
We're at
serious this is.
521. Not bad.
How,
All
where
right,
are we
looks
at?
like we're going for new lows.
Ollie is a Bernadoodle, right?
Yeah, it's a mix between that and Aussie. So the continuation from this 2-minute wedge drop, sorry, wedge breakout, it's failed. We had some negotiation. We had a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. That failed and that triggered the move back down here. We should have held up higher, right? But we didn't. So now we're going lower. Yes, close to 68, 68 zone, which would be next support.
Crash will continue until Ollie gets likes. Yeah, yeah. Dr. Steve was good, man. Late
Thanks,
start.
Larry.
Eesh.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hello again, Jim.
Good morning, Jim.
Hello again. Great discussion and trading today, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Okie doke.
Jim's doing that thing where you wear glasses, but you don't use them, so you kind of keep looking down.
Well, it depends on which part of the screen I look at. I have to do that.
That's how you know he's locked in right now. He's dialed in.
Well, we are in a minute after I say Happy New Year to you guys. We are going to do a little bit of an extended edge report. I got a lot of stuff to talk about here, first day of the year.
Hold on, future flex. But hey, chill. Future flex. Relax, relax. You're gonna scare Jim off.
That doesn't scare me off.
Everybody relax.
That encourages me. Oh my God. Anyway, guys, no, seriously, great job. Hopefully you got, I know it's kind of a weird Friday, right? First of the year. My guess is you're going to extend your New Year celebration into the weekend, I hope, for both of you guys.
I'm just gonna stay watching, taking care of my dog.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chill, get ready for next week's full on streaming. So
That's right. We are going to continue on strong. We
The
appreciate
show
everybody
goes
being here.
on.
Show goes on, everybody. And we appreciate the subscriptions, by the way. Thanks, everybody, for subscribing to the channel. Means a lot. It's free. Just click on it. Boom. It's simple as that. I know a lot of you folks already have, and for that, we are thankful. So thank you for there. Thank you for that. Thank you for being part of the NinjaTrader community. And then finally, let's send off these two gentlemen with a couple more thumbs up. We have XYZ, Chris in the house doing their thing. Appreciate you, fellas.
had a lot of special guests today in the chat. Thank you all for hanging out. Some have come, some have gone. I don't know where they are now, but celebrities to some. Um, it was
Just
fun.
happy to be here.
It was fun. It was a good first stream of the year for sure, guys. So
Yeah, for sure.
thanks for
And you
hanging.
are both celebrities, so just keep that in mind. So you guys have a great, great weekend. Appreciate seeing you here today. I am going to leap over to an edge report.
All right, Jim. You take care. You have a good weekend.
Thanks, Chris.
Later, chat. Thanks, everybody.
All right, first day of the year. We got a few markets to cover here. This is an intraday E-mini S&P chart. I have a 10-minute chart up on the screen right now. And you can see clearly we've sold off, and we've not only that, we've broken through the initial balance. It was a pretty big initial balance today. Point of control is officially around 90 right here, but we still have red candles brewing here. This latest candle is making new lows. We broke through Jack's 3. We have that S1 just kind of sitting right there right now. There are some targets to the downside, though. Hint, hint. We have the 0 DTE put support level. It's 68.50. That is definitely on my radar screen. I misspoke. S1 we've touched. S2 we have not touched, and there's two areas of interest right there at 68.50. Below that is that MenthorQ one-day min, which also is kind of on my radar screen. You know, I'm not sure where this is going to stop, if it is, but look at that 9 EMA. It's sloping almost directly down, and that VWAP is pretty negative as well. So a lot of price separation between those. Right now, kind of a pause at Jack's 3. Let's do the same exercise with the NASI. Let's go to the classic NASDAQ, E-mini NASDAQ market. Looking really, really similar here. Earlier in the day, it looked like it was going to be the strongest of the stock index futures, not so much today, but if you could see kind of same structure, right? Systematic structure here. We do have a volume node that's being developed, a clear and present volume node being developed here with a competing point of control possibly at 25,372. Right now we're below that. We're below that GX2 level, which was 25,350, and we're just sitting around S1 again. So the S1s are popular right now in the stock index futures. Below that again, GX1 target and S2 are pretty close, 25,250. We have that one-day min right below it as well. And where's that one-day min at? And that's around 25,208. Another target on the downside. Again, I'm leaning bearish for the rest of the day. We'll see what happens here, at least until these targets are hit. I could be wrong, but look at that VWAP, all that price separation between session VWAP and price, and that 9 EMA is just really, really falling out of bed. Let's just toggle over to the Bitcoin. This is the January contract. Remember, this is a monthly contract. And let's just kind of pop this guy up. It'll take a second to populate here, so give it some time, but you could kind of see on the chart that I do have right now. Come on, volume profile. Let's get normal. There we go. Just like that. You just have to talk sternly to it. This is kind of the opposite, right? We have a little bit of a rally going on. We did break out of the initial balance. We tested Jack's 3, and then don't forget we have that 0 DTE call resistance right there at 92,000, and then R3 right above that. So there are some targets on the upside should this thing keep going. Jack's 3 right now is a story at 91,000. We blew off that one-day max, easy peasy so far. This just really just short of 9,200. That 9 EMA is doing the opposite. It's moving up, and we're getting more and more price separation with VWAP. Now, this VWAP isn't slope, doesn't look as acute as it was in the stock index futures on the downside, but it's still something to pay attention to. Call resistance, big level right here especially when you have a volume profile that's really not that good, to be honest with you. But that's at 90,000, that call resistance level. So right now, in my mind, any kind of retracement, that would be on my radar screen. But right now, it's looking pretty strong on the Bitcoin. Let's shoot over to my favorite market. Let's just take a look at a daily here on the bonds. The bond market is in jeopardy here. We have a big sell-off going on. This is a daily candle right now. Forget about that ascending triangle. That thing's long gone. I'm going to delete that line right as we speak. We are below that 80 EMA, and that's arcing down below the 21, way below the 50. This is a consolidation range we've had going for like 3 weeks, most of December here. And notice the point of control. Let me extend it just to make sure I get today's data. Point of control for that period of time, that consolidation period, this is an anchored volume profile, is at 115.06 30 seconds. And the bottom of my consolidation channel starts at around 114.21. And this is kind of a big turnaround right here. First day of Treasury bond action. That long end is hurting, which means yields are popping up. Cash yields are popping up right now. Remember, we have that September low still as a possible target around 113 in 25, 30 seconds. So that's on my radar screen as well on the downside for the Treasury bonds. Volumes wise, 250,000 contracts traded in this particular market. So pretty decent day today. As a matter of fact, volume isn't bad across the board. Going back to the mini S&P, we've done about 878,000 contracts so far. We're on track for about, I don't know, 1,100,000 to 1,200,000. We'll see if we keep that pace up for the rest of the day. My guess is we probably will. So there's some targets there to consider should these trends continue. That is the first Edge report of 2026. I want to reiterate, I really appreciate everybody being here with NinjaTrader Live today, first day of 2026. Also, next week, I want to let everybody know we have a special lineup next week. You are in for a treat. We've got Maggie Lake, Craig Shabiro, and Blake Morrow running the show. So looking forward to next week as well. We're done streaming for the day. It's Friday. So we just do the morning and Fridays. And I do want to thank everybody for being there, hitting that subscription button. It really means a lot. Happy New Year, everybody. Hopefully everybody relaxes and continues on a little bit in a very responsible way for the rest of the weekend. And I do want to remind everybody, most important message of the day, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. Talk to you soon.